too nice to mean what it means. But if you keep pretend to do the work you're doing, which is fraudulent, then the supervisor will also pretend to pay you. I'm sure quite a number of you can resonate with that particular one. Well, extra tall guy helping us with the word of the day. It's a Thursday, so why don't you throw back to some good old music here on the show with the video of the day. As Castro, destroyer under fire. I mean, he went missing on the 6th of July 2014. So after 12 years, his music still resonates with us so much. That's the video of the day. But let's quickly delve into Inside Out for this morning. And as always, head of current affairs here at the EIB Network, also producer of the show, Ibrahim Halassan has joined me. Ibrahim, good morning.
Good morning, Joshua. Good to see you.
Same here.
Yes.
It's a Thursday.
Yes.
Final day for .TA.
Yes, and very close to Friday.
Very close.
Yes. Do you know that many people have already designated the Monday holiday?
Yes.
It's a holiday.
Yes.
So what happened to that bill that was passed in Parliament that if a holiday should fall
On a Monday.
Yes.
It goes to the weekend.
Yeah, so what happened? Because I've seen communication to the effect that Monday is a holiday.
It's a holiday, yes.
From government. It should have been shifted.
So that at least we'll have a long weekend.
Yes, so then could be shifted to Friday, or better still, brought back to this Friday, that's tomorrow.
Yes, so
right?
that
then we could have a longer one. But anyway, government says it should be a Monday. So it's Monday.
I think it's for the significance of the date.
Of the date. Okay.
Perhaps let's see how it goes.
Okay, let's see how it goes.
But while we are looking at holidays, there are some people who are also smiling, especially the railway workers.
Yes.
Because the transport minister yesterday, when he addressed the media, mentioned among other things that, Charlie, we know you are old, and so we'll sort you.
That's very true, and it's been troubling. In fact, we've covered no less than 3 stories from them, agitations here and there. I personally went to the CMB office the last time. They were agitating, clad in red and what have you. You ask them what they are doing, right? And they tell you that there's nothing for them to do. In fact, the only line that was running, that is the Takrady one.
Right.
The Takrady one had granted to a halt. The Temampakadan one, the least said about it, the better. After the accident, we were told about how much we owed by way of insurance. We were told by how much we needed. We were told how much we needed to fix it, right? It's been months, if not almost a year. But of course, yesterday he mentions that very soon that track will be alive again.
You know why I am beginning to not necessarily lose hope, but I'm being cautiously optimistic about things like this, because at a point in time we had a whole ministry set up for railways, and I've always said time and again that if we get our railway system right, we will solve about 90% of our challenges. Because what is the big problem facing people in Accra now? Rent.
Yes.
High cost of rent.
Yes.
And so people are forced to go and live in places they don't have to live in. But then if we open up with railway, we are complaining about roads. Why? Because the heavy trucks are on the roads with all these heavy things destroying the roads that the contractors shoddily also put together. I'm just...
I agree. If there is any sector that we've not paid the needed attention to, it's the rail sector. And I say this because of what has happened elsewhere, including Nigeria, Kenya. See, they take rail seriously because it is the easiest way to link communities. It's the easiest way to open up the country. See, I can't remember how many times I've heard finance ministers, presidents show up in parliament and talk about the railway line from the south to Paga, all the way to Burkina Faso.
Beautiful ideas.
Beautiful idea. And I dare say even when Nkrumah was the president, this idea was still in the books. Today, years down the line, the ideas still remain in the books. We are unable to even get Temampakadan right alive. When we were growing up, I grew up in Asante. The rail line from Accra to Kumasi passes there. It was a sight to behold. People who had to go to Kumasi to go and sell firewood. That was the means of transportation for them, improving their livelihoods. There was a train called Sleeper. And Sleeper means that it has all the needed services that could allow you to sleep in there comfortably as you move all the way from wherever you are to Accra and what have you. It was a big deal. Now, you know what we've done? We've sold the rail lines as scrap. And I'm not talking about scrap dealers stealing them. No. As a government, at the point officially, we decided that, no, let's sell them as scraps, right? And use the proceeds to pay the workers. We sold, we made the money, we didn't pay the workers. Now, the workers are home, idling. But then, of course, they are still on government payroll, so they ought to be paid. And yes, they've not been paid. So it's good to hear the minister say that. In fact, next month, we're told they will be paid.
October,
yes.
Remember.
Yes, October to remember. They will be paid, right.
I don't know why, as a country, for some weird reason, we've not... That's why I remember when the whole idea of a SkyTrain was mooted, I found it very laughable. The train on ground, you've not been able to fix it. You are thinking about Sky.
That's a good question. And we all ask those questions, right? But imagine if we're able to do the two, because they are not mutually exclusive. Get the rails working, get the SkyTrain working, because we're told that from Kaswa to Circle. Imagine we're able to do that. In fact, if there's any traffic gridlock road every morning and every evening, that has gotten people lamenting.
Yeah.
But they'll have to endure as the
Castle
road.
I mean, imagine we had that rail line. Yeah. Nurain, Banini, Esther. You just have to pick them from Circle.
That's it.
And it's so easy.
They've landed so easily. They don't have to travel to work. Because moving from Kasua...
From Central Region.
You are traveling.
To the Greater Accra region. Simply because successively governments have failed us. Some of them, so
yes.
This has been a very good news for them.
Yes. We could all now be relocating. Yeah. Because the rent is serious. I'm told the rent is not that expensive.
Nurain will get pissed off at you right now.
Okay, but if it's not expensive, it's a good thing. Anyway, so the minister also talked about many other things, including Ayalolo. Yes, he's always maintained that Ayalolo doesn't fall under his jurisdiction, right? It's under the local government ministry. I still struggle to understand why we did that.
Maybe it was because it was a special government initiative.
So then, give it to transport. So there could be linkages. So from STC to Metro Mass to Ayalolo, linkages. Probably that's why Ayalolo has not been growing.
As for Ayalolo, Metro Mass, so much challenges there. I mean, you could see the buses are quite there. How do I even put it? When you go to the terminal around Kaneshi, they're grounded.
Oh, yes.
The buses are just grounded and they are rotting away there. When you go to Amasaman, you have about 2-3 of them moving. Yeah. But when I see the Ayalolo moving, I feel like I would rather use a trotro than that Ayalolo.
Yes, because the dedicated lane that was created for Ayalolo, we all didn't.
There's nothing dedicated about those lanes as it stands now.
Yeah.
So the whole rapid bus transport system is not working.
It's true, but huge potential. See, if the state, I remember fondly, Omnibus Service Authority, OSA, OSA and the Rawlings.
OSA bus.
It's a big deal. At least a publicly run transport system was working at a point in this country. So we can get there. At a point to STC, give us a lot of hope. You remember this free Wi-Fi and what have you? Give us hope. And
when they rebranded and all of that.
Beautifully dressed attendants, right? Here we are. We told that Metro Mass is making much more money than STC. Let that sink in. Charlie. That's the reality.
I don't know. You see, and that's why I have a struggle when people say that, oh, don't give it to private sector, let government own something. I understand. But what has government-owned agencies been able to do with the companies that have been given to them to run?
Good question.
The SOEs, we are told that consistently they're recording losses. And meanwhile, the people there are drawing salaries.
They are drawing huge
every
salaries.
Single month.
Yes.
When you look at the emoluments that goes to the directors of these companies, among others, you ask yourself, where are we going? If you are, we should tell them one thing, like we do for private sector. Develop your own revenue and pay yourselves.
Yes.
If that works.
If you are taking off subvention, it is a motivational factor for them to work hard. If you don't work hard, then you are unable to pay salaries.
Recently, I went for a conference or a workshop at the Energy Commission. And if you get to understand how many state agencies or ECG are not paying utilities, are wasting utilities simply in the name of the fact that, well, we don't have to pay for this. Government pays for it. So people go leave their air conditions on. I hear some managers call when they are about 3 hours away from the office, put the AC on. I want the room chilled before I come.
By the time I come, it's chilled. And talking about government subvention, do you know that's the problem that the railway company finds itself in?
Oh, yeah.
It's not on government subventions. So we're supposed to do what you just mentioned. Work, generate revenue, and pay itself. Here we are. There are many state-owned enterprises, right? Losses-making state-owned enterprises. And if you look at the pegs for those running these enterprises, I'm sure as a country, at a point, we should say we cannot continue that way. If we're a loss-making venture, a loss-making state-owned enterprise, something must be there. It's either you set up, start making profit, or you are sold off, to be honest with you. See, all the time when we talk about this problem, we reference GHOne, right? And I remember first person hearing him say this about how can you sell alcohol and run at a
Run
loss.
at a loss.
Because when people are happy, they are drinking. They are sad, they are drinking. Right? So at every point in time, somebody has a reason to drink. And then you are engaged in this venture, and you are still making
Meanwhile,
losses.
there are private companies doing same thing and making huge profits.
They've expanded into other jurisdictions.
Yes. So you're asking yourself, what is happening here?
It's government.
Look at STC.
Yes.
Look at the private-owned stations.
Yes.
And see how fast they are growing. And you're asking yourself, what is happening? Is it not the same routes, the same buses they're using? So what's the problem?
In fact, there are people who even prefer patronizing something that is run by the state. Especially STC. There are people who tell you that I want the one run by the state. So you have that added advantage. How can you run down such an enterprise?
Anyways, I'm sure that you see some of these things when we talk about it in the morning, people get depressed early.
Yeah.
But the good news is that for the railway workers, government says that yes, your concerns will be addressed, and I'm sure that is some good news for them. And I also heard that rickety vehicles, there are plans to start taking them off the roads. Those things that are like coffins on the roads, and the way they
we can direct them to the Accra Kolebu, and that's Seki Kolebu, right? And then Kanishi, Abublushi, yes, Kanishi, 37 Abublushi. And then I think sometimes 37 Osu, yes, that's where you find rickety vehicles. Usually the to Adenta, no problem, right?
Yeah.
Those things, yes.
Okay. And I struggle to find how they are able to get roadworthy certificates because these vehicles are not roadworthy.
They shouldn't be.
Oh,
they are moving coffins.
Like this country, sometimes, anyways.
And these are all road safety matters. You see, sometimes it's not about the accident, it's not about road crash. It's the vehicle you find yourselves in. There's a metals in there that will kill you. It's not
And then, you know the funny thing, those of you who have never boarded trottoir, you don't understand this, but the driver will tell you, it's just now that this place, you meet that driver 3 weeks on here, he will still tell you, this one, we didn't even realize it. But Charlie, people...
They have no ideas how many trousers we have lost to trotros. You hear...
So I think it's a good initiative to hear that, these rickety vehicles will be taken off our roads. And like we consistently say, the talk shop is enough. We want to see some real action being done to ensure that, we are safe as a people. If we can't get food on our table, at least let's go and come comfortably. Yeah. Let's not kill ourselves. Let's not put, situations on the roads, make it so difficult. By the time you get to work, you are frustrated.
Yeah.
Because sometimes you have to get something to tie or somewhere.
Yeah.
Charlie.
Yeah. The Prempeh International Airport will now finally be able to receive flights that come with bigger aircraft because the runway has been extended.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And we're told that now they will have to work till 10 p.m. In consonance with the 24-hour agenda. Yes. And people of Bolga are also getting their airport.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
So that's assurance.
So congratulations, Joseph Bukari Nukpe. We wish you well. Yeah. I keep saying on the show that we wish all the ministers well. Yes. But we want to see some level of work being done. Because, you see, the reason why Ghanaians voted for this administration is on the back of the promise of a reset. And until we see that reset happening, we'll be here every day. We'll force you to reset so that at least we can all be comfortable as a people. But while we are resetting, the Chief Justice is also trying to reset the decision.
Yes.
Against that.
Yes. And if litigation had a name, I'm sure it will be that of the former Chief Justice because I don't remember how many times we've had to deal with this, right? And of course, she's using the process. This time around, she talks about the fact that the president doesn't have the powers to remove her. The process that was used was flawed. The process that was used in her removal, flawed. She's not talking about the fact that she's not been given the opportunity and what have you. Now is the process. And mind you, this is different from the case she filed at the ECOWAS Community Court. Sure. Right. Good. And so she's fighting. My simple request would be that the president should waive whatever inhibitions there is relative to the Puaman Committee report and make it public. So they should just make that report public.
Because that report is not public.
Yes.
We are all struggling to understand why the Chief Justice still has a fighting chance.
Exactly.
And the former Chief Justice would not let things slide.
Exactly.
I mean, when I saw the 77-paged writ that she filed, I was like, wow.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes, so she's seeking review. And then, of course, she's fighting. legally, right? And it's good. We've never been here before.
Of course.
Right? So everything that's happening now is a learning process for the system and for everybody.
Precedent.
Oh, yes. So, yes, she's allowed to. But litigation must end at a point, right? We don't know when, but obviously it will have to end at a point. But like I said, if the presidency or the president is minded, just make the report public, because you hear that, yes, of course, contracts were awarded to this, without this, jobs were not executed, upfront payments were demanded, this, that. Make it public.
So that's Well, we'll get into the conversation proper when my guests join me on the breakfast review on this particular subject matter. But then, if you think social media is just what it is, social media, so you can just take your phone, record whatever you want to record, put it out there, insult whoever you want to insult, say whatever you want to say. After all, freedom of speech. There's news for you, because somebody went to enjoy himself small and has found himself at the wrong side of the law.
Kwame Nkrumah the second, he calls himself, right? But I don't know why people believe that you can place a camera in front of you, of course, usually a phone, right? A phone camera in front of you, and pour out vitriol or ask for people to be killed. And you are mentioning names of no mean people than the president, members of parliament, even we, journalists, we had our fair share. And think that everybody will shut the door and go and sleep and leave you there. Because you see, it's not about what you just said. It's about the implications and the fact that you are inciting others to follow suit. And so he's been jailed for 7 months.
Can you imagine?
Yeah. And Nkrumah went to jail for better things, not this.
Man. And I hope it serves as a lesson. Because especially these young ones, taking everything for granted, believing in some strange way that the fact that you have access to a social media account means that you have the right to say anything and everything. No. Even the Bible says that, you see, everything is permissible. You have the right to do everything, but not everything actually is worth it. And this is one of those things that is not worth it. Yes, nobody will stop you from taking your phone, getting the social media account and saying all the things you want to say. But then there's something called the 1992 Constitution of Ghana. And if you read it properly, you will know where your rights end, someone's rights also, begin. So you cannot. And I hope strongly that this sends the right message to people out there. If for nothing at all, you saw what happened to Abronye.
Yes.
You've seen what has happened to quite a number of people, including this latest gentleman. So, this latest guy. I just hope that it serves as a real deterrent. So 7 months, cooling off. Perhaps when you return, lessons will be learned. Hopefully.
That's true.
Hopefully.
That's true. And it should serve as lessons to those of us who are not in his situation, right? That's what lessons are all about.
Absolutely.
You don't have to be subjected to the treatment he's been subjected to know that it's bad for you to put out incendiary comments. It's bad for you to threaten anybody on social media. It's bad for you to misbehave on social media, because the law will catch up with you.
Absolutely.
As simple as that. Now
you're going to spend what, 180 pesos a day?
Yeah.
In prison. We'll see what you'll be able to buy with that. Data, you get money and buy data and say all manner of things. Well, Ibrahim, thank you so much. And that's it for Inside Out. We'll take a breather. We'll return with the breakfast review segment. With us on GHOne television, as we had already communicated to you. Today, we are spending a greater proportion of the day focusing on the final day of the 4-day funeral rites of the late Asante Hima Nana Kunedu Yadam III. And yesterday, we saw a beautiful display of culture, tradition, rich Asante culture, and the beauty of it all was that we also had some displays from persons across various parts of the country in solidarity with Asante Man. But before we cross over to Mensah and bring you today's final funeral rites, let's recap what happened yesterday.
Hello. Miro Adaroma said the parliamentarians never almost any. Honorable Animadu Nedi anymore. Or say parliamentary caucus. And Benifua woman Omobaya, Roniza, Pantuzia, Caniskano, Million Ahanum. I say Asante caucus. Asante for parliament. Almost Caniska, Million Ahanai, Roniza, Pantu. Honorable Animadu the parliament for anybody, the almost same neighbor. Otum for the mass or the mask. And then we have Honorable Damata of Afijasi, Efijakwabre South. Honorable Anthony Mia, MP for Odotori. Honorable Che Asamoah, MP for Offenso North. Honorable Professor Kinsley Nyako, MP for Kwadaso. And Honorable Foko Chineboa, MP for Mansun Kwanta. Among the delegation, we have the Deputy Clerk,
and the Director of Parliamentary Protocol.
Fia president wa don Bruce squad no no. Dem buy a million ha. I don't know about I don't know. Two for the massive. Ghana Communication Technology University. I don't know no about I don't know.
The Ghana Communication Technology University, led by Professor Emmanuel Ohene Afuakwa, the Vice Chancellor, and the Chief of FIAPRE by the school name of Brimpong, Professor Chem Amponsa II. It also includes Professor Ebenezer Makam, Acting Pro Vice Chancellor, Mr. Emmanuel Bedu, Registrar, Mr. N.S. Yao Apreku, Director of Finance, Dr. Emmanuel Ajapon, Director of Human Resource and Organizational Development, Dr. Nusurat GHOne, Director.
She is the one who also inherited her biological mother, the late Nana Afiako Bisawa Ampim, and therefore she is the mother of the Asante Hene. Utumfuo Osei Tutu the second. Security arrangement from the one has been very tight. Nothing unfortunate has happened earlier on. The traditional leaders made official announcement that with what is going on right now in Mensah, no one should use live cartridge or live bullets in display of tradition. And so no one here is using live bullets in any of the traditional activities going on here. The last 8 years, the Asante Hima's funeral, Nana Afiasawa could be amping. Somebody was injured because they were using live cartridges. Unfortunately, someone was injured. So lessons have been learned, and during this funeral, there was earlier warning that nobody should use live bullets, and that is how come no one is using live bullets here in Mensah Palace, so far as the 4 days burial rites of the late Asante Hima, otherwise known as Dotiye. Nothing of such has happened here in Mensah. Very soon, the king will rise for us to call the day of. Then tomorrow, that is where the main funeral, which will be clamored by various Amainhenes within the Asante Kingdom. Let us use this opportunity to also commend the mayor of Kumasi, Honorable Kwesifori Ajimambuadi, otherwise known as Ken Zuba, head of Municipal Security Council in Kumasi, for the excellent work he has also done so far as security is concerned, and the government support. He has really done well. From the one he has been here, attending meetings, making sure that all the arrangements go as expected. He is here, and we'll speak to him for him to also tell us what he has also observed so far from the one up to now. And of course, Ken Zuba is here. He has been part of the committee in charge of this funeral. He is the Municipal Security Council head, and so a lot of security responsibilities are on his shoulder. Zuba, you've been here from Monday, let's say Monday, but of course you've been here during the meetings, preparation up to now. You grew up here, always you are in the palace. You had the opportunity to visit the late Asante Hima, private and in public activities. How would you describe the late Nana Konadu Yado?
She's a benevolent person, kind-hearted, passionate about the growth of Asante man, and it is unfortunate that we have lost her at this point in time. In fact, my last meeting was with them 2 weeks before she died, and we were talking about KJTR and its current management.
We know she is the mother of all the. She's the owner of all the markets in Kumasi. So far as tomorrow's ban is concerned, what is the arrangement for the various markets in Kumasi? Because tomorrow they are going to be shut to business. What is the security arrangement for the market? Because no one will be there.
So what is happening here is a spiritual activity, and we Ashantis believe in the strength of our spiritism. So we are going to embark on a very important spiritual exercise tomorrow. That is going to climax the 4 days activity. So because of the fact that it is a spiritual activity, there are certain things we don't want to encounter. Just so we will not have encounter any spiritual death. And so all markets within Greater Kumasi have been closed tomorrow. Nobody is embarking on any trading activity. All schools have been shut. Nobody is doing any activity. What is going to happen is that after 5 p.m., when the final funeral rites has been performed here at the funeral grounds, and we embark on Nana Himai's final journey to Bremai, we expect everybody to remain indoors and at home. So for 5 p.m., if you don't have anything doing here, head towards your house, towards your room, and don't make any attempt at getting out and getting on the road. It is a spiritual activity we are going to embark on. And spiritual things, don't make any attempt to go and have an encounter with it with your physical eyes. So anybody that tries tomorrow after 5 p.m. to have physical contact with a spiritual activity will meet what he or she doesn't want to encounter. And we don't want anything negative, anything bad to befall our citizenry. So let everybody comply with the directive that the Mensah Palace has come out with, and we'll all be at peace.
As the mayor of Kumasi, in charge of security, now Kumasi is a business center. A lot of people might not be in the know of this ban, and people who are supposed to be indoor. So aside this 5 p.m., are we going to see security personnel on the street trying to guide every movement, especially on the stretch where they will use to, let's say, from Mensah Palace here through to KJTR, Bantama Bamu to Bremai? Are we going to see security personnel there trying to manage the situation? Are we going to see that?
We have deployed over 1,000 police personnel across the Greater Kumasi area. We have enough to man all markets within the Greater Kumasi area. What is happening tomorrow has already been extensively communicated. There was a traditional media briefing over last weekend. I have myself done a lot of media engagement both in Accra and in Kumasi. So I am sure this message has been drummed home and it's gone far. We don't want anybody to go against the directive of Mensah. If you haven't heard, I'm sure this activity is being carried out on a lot of media platforms. Be informed that tomorrow no marketing activity is taking place in Kumasi.
In the evening, will you deploy security personnel to protect vintage areas?
We have done that. Except for areas where there are spiritual activities where we may not need to send orthodox security. There will be traditional security. So it's okay.
Thank you very much. That's the mayor of Kumasi, Ken Zuba, telling us the security arrangements that they have made in place so far as tomorrow's barrier is concerned. One critical thing he said is that tomorrow Mensah is going to embark on spiritual activities, and that activities would take place from Mensah through to Bantama Bamu, through to Bremai, and therefore they don't want anyone to have any spiritual encounter which could be fatal or violent with any individual. And so the caution is that everybody should remain indoor as announced by Mensah Palace in support with the regional security. Let everybody observe that. Quite apart from that, security arrangement has also been made in Kumasi for protection. So every area that matter, that need extensive security, arrangement has been made for security personnel to offer the needed security protection there. And so that assurance has also been given. Markets, security personnel would also be there to protect properties there. They don't want any individual to get a free day to go and steal from any of the markets. And so security wise, what the KMA mayor is telling us that they are leaving no stone unturned, and they are going to give Kumasi the needed security that Kumasi deserves so far as this ban is concerned. And so that is the message that Ken Zuba has given to Kumasi people. There's a lot of activities currently still ongoing. Now there's another group of delegation arriving. What I have seen is Bede. If you are not one of those coming from who grew up in the villages, you wouldn't know what Bede is. They use what we call
Right, so that's all the action that happened yesterday. We saw a beautiful display of culture as well. So what we do know is that today we're going to have a situation where Kumasi, Greater Kumasi, will come to a standstill till the Asante Hima is finally laid to rest. So let's now cross over to Mensah, bring you live action now, because today, being the final day of the funeral rites, we're expecting a lot more action from Mensah and the Greater Kumasi Metropolis as well. Let's cross over to my colleague Sarah and the team on the ground who've been bringing us unmatched coverage since yesterday.
Thank you, Joshua. Well, good morning to you. Today is one of the most elaborate ceremonies happening here in Asante Man, and it's all about the Dotiye of Asante Hima, which actually blends into customs, into spirituality, and of course communal mourning. And today is one of the busiest days we'll be experiencing here at Mensah Palace in Kumasi. And today there will be a lot happening here. Like I told you, it's the Dotiye of our Asante Hima Nana Amakunadu, the third, and today will be the fourth and final day where we'll be witnessing all the cultural and the rites that will be performed here. And so when it comes to a busy day like this, with us hearing that there will be lots of dignitaries who will be coming in. We will have our president, John Dramani Mahama, will be coming in to pay homage to Asante Hima to the second. So, which means that there will be a lot happening here. Now, looking around, we have security personnel here who will be ensuring security. And I know that when you are passing through town, I mean, you can see that it's a bit quiet on the road, but we still have citizens who will be coming in to witness the last and final rite that will be performed for our Asante Hima Nana Amakunadu, the third. Now, today I have here with me Mr. Ahianyo, who is the PRO for Ghana Police Service for the Ashanti region, and we want to ask him about the enforcement made for security, especially seeing today going to be a very busy day here at Mensah Palace. Good morning, sir, and welcome to GHOne TV.
Good morning, my sister.
And so today is one of the busiest days, since today is the final day where we perform all the final rites for our Asante Hima Nana Amakunadu the third. And so I want to ask, I mean, what are some of the enforcements from your end that the Ghana Police Service have actually set in place?
Thank you very much. Let me just mention that with regard to security, we started our duties from Sunday. And as per our security details, what we did was that we've divided the personnel into 3 groups. So we are performing 24-hour duty, where in the mornings we have personnel that will be deployed from 6 a.m. till 12 p.m. Then they will be relieved. Then the second batch will come. They will close at 6. We also have those that are at the palace where our Queen Mother had been laid in state. They perform the night duties from 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. and then they are relieved for the afternoon shift are relieved, and the 10 p.m. come in the at 10 p.m. so the next day 6 a.m. But then today, being the last day, we've drawn more men. Initially, we're using around 600 personnel, both senior and other ranks. But this time around, today being the last day, and we are expecting the president, as you mentioned, the former presidents, the former vice president, other members from the diplomatic corps who are to come today to pay homage to Otumfuo. Because of that, we have added more men to be in the inner perimeter. We have our colleagues from the military who are also there. We have our officers from the prison service and the Ghana National Fire Service. All these personnel are with us to ensure that we don't record any incident whatsoever. So if you ask me, so far so good. For the past days, we haven't had any issues. And then when you come to the roadblocks, we've placed our men at some road intersections where they will be directing traffic. We also have personnel at the various car parks, because there have been instances where some of the mourners complain, or let me say sympathizers who come to mourn with our chief. They complain that when they leave their vehicles unattended, people do go and steal from their vehicles. So this time around, we've placed men, a lot of men, including senior officers, to be at the car parks to ensure that we protect the vehicles of those coming to Mensah. So all this security arrangement has been put in place.
All right, that's amazing. Now, I'm doing this on the side with Nana Kodjo. And Nana, I don't know if you have anything to ask when it comes to security, the implementation.
Actually, I don't have much, but as we came here since Monday, I came here Monday. And we see everything is under control, because as compared to 2016, this one is different. So it seems like it's more better than previously. So they have done their best job, and that's what I would say.
Okay, Mr. Hiano, let me actually ask this. Now, you made mention that you've actually situated some of your personnel to some, road junctions just to ensure that there is the flow of vehicle, and then for them to regulate traffic issues and all that. Now, can you help us with some of the routes that some of your personnel have been placed to ensure that, especially in our environments that is closer by to Mensah?
Okay, thank you very much. So when we come to the roadblocks from Asampanyini's Palace towards Mensah, we block that road. When you come from Ashtown, very close to the Mensah Palace, there's a filling station, we block that road. And then when you come to the Bonjour, towards Malcolm, we've also blocked that road. So all vehicles are diverted. So it's only those who are coming to the palace who are allowed. And then let me mention that no vehicle is allowed within the premises of the palace. So if you look around, we've not seen any vehicle. The reason is that we don't want people to come and park their vehicles. So along the road, no vehicles are parking. So there are car parks. For instance, we have a car park at the mosque. That is the central mosque. We have the Methodist car park. And then we've made shuttles available. And then this rickshaw, they call it Pragya. We put shuttle services on them, stickers on them. So they will come and park there. When you park your vehicles, you just join the rickshaw or Pragya as it is called, and then they will drive you in. They won't pay even a peswa. It is a free shuttle services that has been put in place. So we are just asking that whoever is coming here, just leave your vehicle. As you said, we have blocked the way so that we don't allow vehicles to enter. When you park and want to walk, you can walk in freely to the palace to come and witness the activities going on here. So these are some of the security arrangements that we put in place.
Okay, now we were made mention, it was made notice to citizens that there will be curfew placed on Kumasi.
It's not curfew, please.
It's not curfew. Okay, so let me actually. So
the curfew comes in different meanings. This is not curfew.
All right. So we heard that at a point in time we shouldn't see anyone on the streets. I stand to be corrected still. And
I think my brother will correct you. My brother should come in. Let my brother correct you. Then we'll continue.
All right.
It's not a curfew, but due to the process, Queen Mother belongs to, all market belongs to her. Mm-hmm. So they said we should close all the major markets and stores for the program to continue. That is why you are not seeing people around and cars are not coming. Kumasi, because of business we are here.
Yeah.
So if market did not open, it doesn't mean that there's no need to come to town. That is why. So in the evening, they say around 5:30, 6:30 thereabout, you have to leave the town for the process must continue. That's all.
Okay, so let me just add a letter to what my brother has said. It's a traditional right. It is the Queen Mother who has passed. So it's the mother of all the residents of Kumasi. So the directive is that we are all mourning our Queen Mother. And if you are mourning, you need not to open your shop. You are to close. And if you want to come and join us to mourn our Queen Mother. That's the main reason why the shops and these schools are being closed. However, in the evening, there is some rites that is going to be performed when the Queen Mother is being sent to her final resting place. And as part of those traditional rites, people are not supposed to see what is done. That is why the directive is that after 6 p.m. we should all be indoors, so that when they are going with the Queen Mother, it will be a solemn rite or solemn process, so that nobody kind of interrupt the activity. Basically, that's the reason why Kumasi is being asked to stay indoors after 6 p.m. But from now up to 5 o'clock, that the service will come to a close. Anyone at all who want to come here is allowed to come. Let me also mention that our men are already in town. We are patrolling. If you monitor our radio set, it's been communicated that the patrol vehicles who are already in town are to go to the market centers and to the various areas that in a way are not supposed to open their shops, so that they will patrol that area, so that we don't have miscreants going to break people's shops or going to steal from people's shops. So that is basically what we are doing. So if you ask, I'll say yes, our men are already on the ground patrolling. If you send some of your reporters around, you'll see that we have a lot of policemen in town to ensure that we don't record any crime whatsoever.
Okay, and I asked this because when you are passing by, you hear a lot of people giving different narratives as to them stepping out, and all the
everyone is allowed to come out. Everyone is allowed to come out. But even the restrictions, some institutions like the essential institutions, they are allowed to go to work. And if you look at the transportation aspect too, they've been allowed to go about the activity. So I don't know why people are not coming now, because I've been told that vehicles are not plying the what do you call it, Kumasi Metropolis. I don't know why they are not coming, because people are even stranded on the roads and all that. Please, those listening to us or watching us, vehicles can move around. Transport owners can drive their transport. They can do their trotro business. It's just after 5 p.m. that they've been, even those restaurants and all that, pharmacy shops are to open. So they should go ahead, open their shop. When it's after 5 p.m., you close, so that the necessary rituals can be performed.
So after 5, does the security personnel have a role to play, ensuring that we don't see anyone on the road?
Well, it is an announcement that has been made. So I expect that people just obey the instructions that has been given, or the directive that has been given. The rights is between our traditional chiefs and the military.
Okay.
Police will do our normal patrols to ensure that we don't record any crime. So I know that for our people here, Kumasi or the Asante region, we revere our chiefs, we respect them, we obey the rules, regulation regarding to some of these things. So I'm sure people will not even come. Remember 8 years ago, I was in the Asante region, I witnessed similar thing, and then everything went on smoothly and successfully. So I'm sure people will definitely abide by the directive that has been given so that we don't record any incidents.
Okay, so you earlier made mention that when it comes to the transport union, I mean, people are now stranded by the roadside, getting car to even convey them here. Now, when we are done with whatever needs to be done here at the Mensah Palace, definitely people will be in a rush to get to their homes in time so they don't breach, I mean, all the directives given to citizens. And so if the case be, will police personnel, since you have your patrol cars around, would you bus some of the citizens to their various locations?
I won't be able to answer that question because if any decision must be taken, it should come from the top. I cannot sit here and say this, but I'm sure by 5 o'clock when we are closed, latest by 6, 7, people should be in their various homes so that our traditional people also take up to continue with their activity. So I'm sure everybody should be cool. You have relax, don't rush, don't say it's after 5, I have to rush home or take it easy. Definitely we'll get home before their movement will begin.
Great. Now Kodjo, would you want to come in? Yeah.
Actually, you know where you are coming from. So the only thing is you have to leave here early so that you will get car. I don't think trotro is available, so better you take a taxi, drop in, then you go home. But you can even come now and leave around 12 o'clock, there's no problem, or 1 o'clock, so that you'll be free. If you stuck in a roadside, things will happen to you. You know what happened already. And you see, people are rushing and burying or covering themselves with many things. Please, if you know that you don't have a car or where you are coming from is too far, don't bother to come. You just watch TV. I think that one will be the best, because when you are watching TV, we will give you full details of it, where you will see everything clear. Even here, sometimes you cannot see things like the way camera will capture it for you. So if you don't have car and you are living from or you are coming from far distance, it's better you stay home and watch it. I think that one is the best.
Okay, so let's actually talk about the team. I mean, here on grounds. I mean, how is the patrol going to be like? Because as we have our presidents coming in, as we have our vice presidents coming in, as we have our ex-presidents coming in, I mean, I know that we will have a lot of people who want to troop in just because they've heard our presidents will be coming in. And so if security is going to be heavy, are there going to be, I mean, are people going to allow the freedom to come in to witness whatever will be going on here?
Oh, yes. If you look at the program lineup, today is for the sitting presidents, the former president, the former vice president, the diplomatic corps, and other groups. They know themselves. The general public is also allowed to come. But what we want the general public to do for us is that when they come, the dignitaries have been given a days to be on. We have 3 days, 5 of them. 3 of them are on the park, and then 2 are outside the perimeter. What we want the general public to do is that when they come, they should just be behind our chiefs. We've barricaded the whole perimeter. We have security men, both police, military, and the fire service prisons. We are all there. We are not going to prevent anyone from coming to observe proceedings or come and mourn or come and pay homage. But then when they come, they should just take or follow whatever instructions are given them. When they do this, they are going to make our work easy for us. Likewise, they also have freedom to move around. Nobody is being restricted from coming. But when they come, they should just take the instruction that will be given. When you are asked not to stand there, don't stand there. When you are asked to move towards a particular direction, just follow that instructions, and I think everything is smooth for us. So nobody is going to be restricted. Just that we will be restricted from entering the perimeter. Apart from those who have been able to be here today to pay the necessary homage to our king. If you are thought to be here today, you just come and observe. You can't go and pay the security men there will not allow you in. That one is something that we've spoken to our men to take a very critical look at.
And is the police personnel going to help escort the body to?
It's the work of the military.
It's the work of the military.
It's not the police. Yes.
And what will be the routines?
I wouldn't be able to tell.
You wouldn't be able to. Okay, but can you help us with the routes? I think so people will be aware. So I understand that they will first start from Bantama and they will end at Bremen.
What I know is that they will be at Bantama, then the final resting place at Bremen. But the route that we'll be using, I think the traditional rulers will be able to tell us the routes that they'll be using.
All right, that's amazing. Now, we are actually linking to office to get a recap of what happened yesterday, because I do know that a lot happened. So let's take a recap of that.
Yeah, the third here in Mensah Palace, who is lying in states. I remember the last time when I covered the Asante Mampohene's funeral. I spoke to one executioner who told me that in the night when they take the body away, anybody who dare try to cross them will face the consequence. I don't know what will happen here in Kumasi if anybody also cross the executioners when the body moves from the palace. Bravo. All GHOne Kasamfoyini so say yakasa we Asante hene brafo a juma ban ena mudi as abrafo
eye asrafo yani ebo anvia yeba ahoban sabe bebe
adan na and that what dress na say we de wanimu sie na wo sekan ene wo de se video se edro ayawo ho
enya mani abere ntina me de mani asie de mani ayekọ me pese obi abehu ntina ma ya me ho saa no nti ani abere se ne oba obi aye tuntum no kira se ani braba ntina me so ma ya me ho saa no
ochina abrafo ne bedi kan aprapra kwa mu na afa ye de mum no adi so wo musikwan so amujumadi ebi enesen
Jumadia Namboa at the party I bedin say Yabe Shase Amani and Amamra and Anam Chateau or see any sono. Yabe so a pontiff for any this one.
Quan Benson Amobefa Nama Shase Omubediso.
Nanam say and say my MP Namboa Tina. And Yabe so more BMP. What Pia Monte Abe Council Kufie. Yambo Tina, you may be doing.
I know ABC and Sana, the anonymous sequence, and I say,
and do what is expected of us. That's all that I want to add to the discussion we have today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hiano, for joining us here on GHOne TV.
I'm grateful.
On tay, na ofi baby, na obetwam. Sa ni pa no so mo enkantana more than a home channel.
Asante mai asam tu yani ne. Emra na oba hima free na chapa ye. Midi so se madawroma maboa agbo ho dawro ama obi atibi. Enti no wa wo free baby e ba mo ogidie se wonim se Asante asam atu yen. Ya kan so am obi ate. Enti no ye mpese ye beti se media mante anase mi fracture na ba anase bibisa dabi etina madwuma mobom modern so obi abete say oba ahema atoba bi na mbo kira de be kopa ne kura abre no
Thank you very much. So what this executioner is telling me is that tomorrow they will hit on the streets in the evening. After 5 p.m., they will hit on the streets. Their responsibility is to ensure that everybody goes indoor before the body will move out from Mensah Palace. They will make sure that the route that they will use, everybody is out of that particular route. They don't want to encounter with anybody, and so they will make sure that everybody is out of the route before they will signal the delegation from Mensah Palace to move the body. But they don't want anybody, they want to have any physical confrontation with anyone, because that confrontation could be fatal, and therefore they don't want to violate on anyone's rights. And so the caution is that still everybody should remain indoor, and that is the caution that they have given. As we speak, a lot of people are still living here. Kwame Ajimai is at the Mensah Secretariat. Kwame, Jumadia and Nemodi, Obia Boma Mabaso, it's a planning committee, no, the organization, no, perfect. Unlike Nanefia Kobisa Wampim, we idea IFA. Maybe say, and then planning no, a day in the comb. Now, China Sokra, a China Yaklamas, or China Omampayini, John Dramani, Mahama, Ebeba, the ministers of state, Dotona, and so Ebeba, a idea, Menoka say, former president Nana Danko Kufuado, Onoso Beba, former President John Ajekum Kofo Ebeba, former Vice President Dr. Muhammadu Baumia, and so Baba, which is a Nipa Bebre Ebebaha Ochana arrangement, no, and also Etisane.
Bedawase, said the Oka, no, Bibia, Yesua free, Enra Diana, Nefia Diano. Mistakes are by money, no man, Yesua free now, this time you are correct, no. Said the Oka, no, a teamwork. You won't have a teamwork, Nana, no, I catch it for any before I can't boom. And they put you a program in here together, IFFF. Said and that don't know. And they will say, well, who will be free other regions, various regional House of Chiefs, National House of Chiefs, Munyawaha. It's a dominant also a chance. So, you expect political parties into one him among your four. It's a chance of no superdos. It's a Baba and white change now. That's how I penetrate here.
Thank you very much. So that's Kwame Ajimai. He is the secretary to the Mensah Chief of Staff and a member of the Funeral Planning Committee, telling us what has gone into effective planning and proper organization of the funeral from day one up to today being the third day and tomorrow being the final day. And of course, as he said, tomorrow they are expecting a lot of people. The politicians will be here and they come with their supporters. And so the thinking is that they need to also review their strategy to ensure that the event go as expected tomorrow. Nana memo akwaba edeba GHOne.
Eju so mu
na yefra wo say na ufrihin.
If yefra mba fo kura kwa bebi o. If sabronum aya bono ahafo region.
Aya
ahafo ano mensinimu enewo aya Asante kro.
Na monso dwumadie ben na mudi ma Asante hene.
Hey. Yewo dwumadie kese edima na Asante hene. Sabronum akonwa no ye oman hene akonwa. Ye ejase fekuo mu ena yewo enu nti yewo dwumadie kese a yedima Asante
dwumadie ni bi ne sen
ebi ne se dwumadie a ye ba ye se na Asante hima wafiri mu yi yehwe etoto eniema se eniema efata ahinie eyiye ho eho anamontio bia no na naso woyebi ema ne yeye.
So that is also one of the sub-chiefs from Sabronumu. Sabronumu is it's after Slipper. Yeah, so he's the one also telling us their rule in the Asante Kingdom. Everything is currently ongoing well here in Mensah Palace. Very soon the funeral will come to, and then Asante Utumfo Osetutu the second will rise, and all the chiefs would also rise for we to call the day a day, so that tomorrow we will come. But the one interesting thing that will happen here this evening is that when Otumfo rise and sit in palanquin, what is going to happen is that he will go around and greet every chief who came to mourn with him today, and also express his gratitudeness to them for all the support that they have given to him. Yesterday he did the same thing. Even when it was raining, Otumfo did not say it is raining, so I'm going to my palace. He didn't do that.
Thank you so much for staying on with us here on GH today. And yes, today is going to be a very busy day. We'll be crossing over to Kumasi as and when to bring you live coverage of the final funeral rites of the Asante Hima .ea. And yes, our team on the grounds are also ready. And so as and when we need to go there, we will do so. But let's come back to the studios here in Accra and have a conversation. And I'm privileged to be joined in studio this morning by two-time Emmy Award winner and also a TV editor. She's been doing amazing. And she's in Ghana for the second time. GHOne is joining me. Gail, good morning.
Thank you very much, Joshua. That's a fantastic intro. I've not always been introed in such glory, but thank you very much for having me.
I mean, you've done so much in the industry, and you deserve all the flowers that you get. But talk to me. I mean, how has it been in Ghana?
As you said, this is my second visit, yes. And I love it. I love the vibrancy, the energy, and the creativity. There's so much creativity going on here. It's just buzzing. And it's a really great place to come. You know, I'm from the diaspora, obviously, and so to come here and you sort of feel that instant home feeling. It's a wonderful feeling.
Interesting. So talk to me. I mean, you've had a very illustrious career in TV, and you've done so much from the Olympics, you name it. Talk to me about your career, the journey so far, and what you would say are your highlights.
Well, I've had many, to be honest. I'll actually tell you, there's sort of like, I've done quite a series of Olympics, the Winter and the Summer Olympics, and on the Olympics in the summer, I tend to work on gymnastics for the American network NBC. Mm-hmm. They have three major sports that they love to cover, which is gymnastics, athletics, and in the winter sports, figure skating. And I got lucky enough to do the gymnastics in the Summer Olympics and a little bit of athletics. And in the winter, I did the figure skating. So that was interesting because you have to learn what a pirouette is in the figure skating and how to do the right replay at the right time. So the constant learning is the whole thing about our industry in total. So I've done pretty much every sport, covered every sport there is. Then, I'm sure you may think you'll ask me one and I'll say I've never done that, but the general sports I've covered. Right. But then I sort of moved away from sport a bit and I did light entertainment, and I specialised in light entertainment. For me, light entertainment is slightly more challenging because you're on your own, invariably. Mm-hmm. With sport, you are working with a team. A team, yes. So when you're working on light entertainment, the pressure's on because it's 9 times out of 10 all about you.
Hmm. And so what experiences would you say you've been able to garner from covering sports, doing entertainment, and what are the experiences you're bringing to Ghana?
To Ghana, what I want to do, I mean, I work on a piece of equipment which is called EVS, and I'd like you to ask me what does EVS mean, because everybody does. Right. And the joke in the industry is EVS stands for absolutely nothing. It is well known.
So it's not an abbreviation.
It's not an abbreviation. It's well known that people in the TV industry, or engineers as a whole, they like letters and they like numbers. Mm-hmm. So I think it was originally called EVS 1725 or something like that, and it's so that all the geeky people, and I'm one of them, actually get very excited. But it actually means absolutely nothing. So I use this equipment, and this is equipment that can play back, and it edits live. So as things are happening, I can be editing replay live. Wow. So it's quite a high pressure job. One of the best jobs that I had, and this was in light entertainment, very challenging job. I was working on a production with Jude Law, the actor Jude Law. And it was the first time ever that we had to shoot a drama that was continuous for 12 hours. So we were on air at, I think, 9 a.m. We started recording at 8 a.m. So we had a 2-hour window. And what happens with that is that every 20 minutes, the battery of the camera needs changing. Yeah. So my job was to edit it so it looked like it was a single camera. Happening. Nothing was happening. Wow. So we did all this, and then everything was going well. And then the most important scene was Jude Law standing in the sea on a pole, like a crucifix. And that shot was 20 minutes long. So when we got to this shot, we thought, oh, this is great. And then a plastic bag came across the camera and got stuck. Whoa. So for 20 minutes, we couldn't see Jude Law. All we could see was a plastic bag. So my 2-hour window went down to less than an hour because I had to re-edit that whole section. Wow. And making it still look like it was a single camera. So by the end of the 12 hours, I had a 5-minute delay. So from 2 hours to 5 minutes. So that's how it kind of works for things like that. The pressure's on. So anyone who wants to do what I do, they have to deal with quite a lot of pressure.
How challenging is that?
The pressure, I think if you can cope with it, you're actually not thinking about it. Like I've worked on productions where I've not breathed for an hour, but when it's over, I have to stay seated because if I stand up, my legs will give away. So it's really important that, you know, when you're in the moment, when you're working, you're in the moment and it happens. I think that's how you cope with it. And also, if you're experienced, you've got a lot of muscle memory. So you're doing things. And you're hearing things, so yeah. Wow, quite
exciting. I'm not sure I want to try that. But I mean, you're here in Ghana for the second time as an EVS ambassador. EVS, which doesn't stand for anything.
Doesn't stand for anything, yeah.
But what was the mission?
So I've been talking to EVS for a while that I wanted, like in the UK, it's sad to say that there aren't many black people generally black or people, men or women, working within the industry, especially on my side. And so I wanted to start up so that we can start talking in schools and underrepresented groups about coming into the industry. The interesting thing about the television industry is every job that is out there is, and you probably know, is in industry. You know, from somebody who wants to be a painter and decorator, they can be a props person. Somebody who wants to be an electrician, they can be a sparks person. So it was to open their eyes that there's so many jobs within the industry that they can do. And my job in particular, which in the UK I would say is probably white male dominated. So there's two things about it being male dominated. That means it's well paid. So, you know, women and everybody come into the industry because if something's dominated by men and white men, it's going to be well paid. So it's to try and open the doors. And then when I was speaking to EVS, I said, well, I don't want to just do it in the UK. Obviously, the UK is important to me because that's where I was born and live. But I want to be able to do it in Africa as a whole and the Caribbean. And the equipment is already, I know for a fact it's already in the camera. I'm from Trinidad, that's my base. And the equipment is in Trinidad, it's in Jamaica, and I think it's in Barbados. So we need to get the equipment here and then start up some training schools and so on.
But for you talk about the fact that you realize that there were not many black people engaged in the production, and in terms of male, it was also male dominated. How important is the issue of inclusivity to you when it comes to the production bit?
I mean, overall, I mean, it's always important to see people who look like yourself. And I was saying to earlier that someone like myself, the very first time when I went back to Trinidad and I got off the plane, and the first time that I saw black people as cleaners, black people as pilots, doctors, presidents. I mean, that is such a powerful emotion that someone like me can see. And so like, that's why I think that Africa needs to sort of move so that we can see what you're doing and help the diaspora lift up. And I think the connection between the diaspora and Africa is now growing quite intensely. You know, people are beginning to believe about us communicating more and everything. And with modern technology, I think where actually that image of Africa is disappearing that has been projected before. So it's important that we start talking and progressing within ourselves, I think.
So why Ghana? I mean, when you look at the space, what makes Ghana a ripe avenue to start having this kind of conversation here?
Well, I'm sorry to say that the opportunity came up to be in Ghana, and it wasn't specifically Ghana that was on the agenda, but it was the first opportunity that came up.
Okay.
And I think it's important to seize the opportunity to that. And then if this initiative, it's a fact-finding mission, if it's a fact-finding that's successful, I can go back to Belgium, where the company is based, and prove to them how the initiative is working. I mean, I'm working with an organisation called Ascend Global, which has the same sort of passions that I do, of wanting to spread sort of technology and take the skills and the knowledge from the diaspora and bring it back here. So this is very important.
So are you having engagements with Ghanaians? Are we meeting?
I was lucky to meet Digital Interactive, I believe. I had a meeting with them, and then I've got a meeting with the dance theatre, because they do, the other thing that EVS can be involved in is streaming. So if you imagine that there's going to be, there's an opening of a dance Black Star this week, and so if you imagine that, that could be streamed, and it could be streamed to cinemas, so that would open up doors that people all over the country could see, all over the world to be in fact, could see this production. They could go to the cinema and watch it wherever they are, and that's one of the things that EVS can facilitate, is streaming these productions, so that more people can see have access to it. And then once it's been recorded, it can be edited and made into a DVD, so people can buy it and see it whenever they want to.
Beautiful. And for young girls watching us today, hearing your story, knowing exactly what you've been able to do in the space, I mean, challenging the status quo basically and shining at that, what would be your message to them?
Well, I think for young girls, young women, young people in general, I think it's important to dream as big as you can, manifest as big as you can. I'm a firm believer in that, because you will reach that, and then you'll be surprised at how high you can go after that. And so it's be open to a journey and dream big, whatever you want to do. You don't necessarily. I'm not here necessarily to recruit a massive amount of people to work in the industry, but I'm here to sort of open doors to thought process of what people might want to do. And even when I've spoken to young people, even if they want to be a chemist or a mechanical engineer, the fact is that when you tell them that you can do that same job or a similar job in television, it just opens their eyes, and it means that if they can do that in television, maybe they could do that somewhere else as well. Because the journey is interesting. You start off, like I started off, originally I did electronic engineering at college. Then I was going to go and do teachers training in maths, which I don't think would have been a brilliant idea for me, but at the time it seemed good. Right. Then I got into TV. Then I sort of did photography for a little while. So it's a journey, isn't it? It's a journey, and as you grow, you change thought. So don't be rigid about what you always want to do, because your journey and your life thoughts will change. Right now, I'm an artist, so you just never know what's going to happen. But go with your passion at the time.
would you say that a career in media is worth it?
I love it. I mean, I totally love what I do. The adrenaline, the thrill, the meeting of people. I've made friends all over the world. And I think what's also interesting is that you literally go to a foreign country, you don't know anybody, you work with strangers who are also in a foreign country for, say, 2 weeks, like at the Olympics. Yeah. I think the Olympics was like a 6-week job for me. So you land, you don't know anybody, you walk into a room, you start talking, 6 weeks later you've made friends for life. So television is such a growth thing for you personally and productively.
Absolutely. It's been wonderful having you. And have you tried any Ghanaian meal yet?
Oh, yes. Yes.
What have you tried?
I'm gonna have to try and say it, and then you're gonna correct me on live television.
And there's no easiest way to edit that.
Yeah. You can't rewind this. I have to edit. Well, jollof rice, of course. I'm going for the easy stuff. And like, what do you call the plantain?
Kiliwili?
Kiliwili, yeah. So, and tilapia fish. I mean, gosh, tilapia. Oh, that is.
You loved it?
Yeah, I sent pictures home.
Oh, nice. Well, Gil, thank you so much for coming, and I wish you all the best in the journey. And hopefully this morning we've been able to inspire someone to also want to chase their dreams and not let go, and not also be rigid about it. Yeah. Be open to the opportunities that would come up from that. Yeah. We're grateful to have you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So that's GHOne helping us with that beautiful conversation on her journey, EVS, which does not stand for anything in particular. But then it's a beautiful one. And thank you so much for also being a part of it. We'll be right back after this break with more conversations here on the show, GA Today on GH1 Television. 25 years of ministry. If you understand ministry, you know that 25 years in the life of a church is no mean feat. And today I have in studio Bishop Asante Mafo Ahenkra, who is the head pastor of International Charismatic Church, Narrow Gate Cathedral. Bishop, good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome to the studios.
Thank you very much for having us.
I hope you're doing well, sir.
Oh, by the grace of God. I mean, we are in times when we should count our blessings.
Absolutely.
See the little things God is doing in our lives and be grateful.
And congratulations.
Thank you very much.
25 years.
Yes.
How's the journey been?
Yeah, it's been exciting, challenging, all that life, has to present. Because the Bible says, who has despised days of humble beginnings? And I recall, as a church, International Charismatic Church, we just celebrated our 30th anniversary. But with our branch, which is the Narrow Gate Cathedral, we started from very humble beginnings. When the main church started, it moved to its own property. And so it left behind a church like where we were. And so we started virtually with nothing. And by the grace of God, we've had to put up our own building. The people have been faithful. We've seen grace. God's grace, that when God says, I'll build my church, the gates of hell shall not prevail against it. It is a reality because we've had to go through many things, many challenges. But in all these things, we've seen the hand of God. And so we want to be thankful, first and foremost to God, because it is His doing. Without His help, without His blessing, we won't come this far. Some people start churches, you come back the next time, they are worse off or they are dead. But here we are. We've become a very vibrant church, affecting and impacting the community in which we are. And so we look back over the journey, through coming, because when you start, you don't have anything. We had to buy instruments. It's only people who probably have gone through the mill who understand when I say buy an instrument, because even when you are able to buy one set of instruments, it's like, this is a miracle. This is great. To the point where we had to acquire land in Accra, which is quite exorbitant.
Yes, and in Banana Inn.
Yeah, Banana Inn.
Places.
One of the things I have to tell you, we had to pay twice. Because after paying for it, moving in for some time, some other people show up and say, hey, we are also part of the thing.
Wow.
And we had to settle them as well, sort of. But in all these things, to putting up, cutting the sword, putting up the building, to raise it to where we are, to be able to raise a block where we're having a school operating there. For us, we can recount the goodness of God. And we also have, by the grace of God, be able to add some branches to the church, which is good. We have one at Oduman. We've had one at Satellite in Kuntinse. We have one at Mass College, at Mataheko. So we look back and we think that 25 years, you can't ignore.
Right.
It is something significant. It's a milestone. And so we want to celebrate. We want all others to get to know that God has been good to us.
Right.
And then also restructure and see how the next 25 years we're going to go on and do greater things for God. And so we want to invite the public to say, yes, this is what is happening.
Absolutely.
They should join us, thanking God, and they should all pray that the impact we are making in the society will be able to continue to make that kind of impact.
And I'm very curious about the fact that in 25 years, when you started Narrow Gate Cathedral, I'm sure that you also saw some other churches that had also started around that time. What would you say has sustained you 25 years on?
Yeah, when I look back, to serve God, you need to be real. When I say real, you should know that your source is God. He is the Alpha and He's the Omega. Bible says, apart from Him, you can do nothing. Some trust in chariots, others in horses. So I don't know what happened with the others, but our reliance has been on God. And so when you rely on God, you are prayerful. You want to pray through everything. And you want to know the will of God concerning every step you are taking, so that you don't operate outside the will of God. And so for us, we have been followers of God. We have been people who have stuck to the word of God, because there are a lot of things that try to move you from the main stream, let's say, because the word of God is the same yesterday, today, and forever.
Right.
And so if you stick to it, you cannot miss your way. And so some churches, they may go to, instead of sticking to the word of God and prayer, some want to go and consult other people. They think that it's the tricks and it's an easy road and you can do this, some like we say, papa, and then things will just begin to. It is a systematic, persevering road. You need resilience. You need to stick to whatever you believe in. Because if you didn't believe in it, then what were you about? And for us, through the leadership of our general overseer, our bishop, Edu Jemfi, we have stuck with our mission. And we always say, come with us and we shall do you good. And so we want to reach out and share the gospel with everyone, and then make sure that every community that we find ourselves will be able to put a church together and build that church. So we follow Christ, we follow his word, we pray, and we believe that that works, and that is enough.
So 25 years ago, when you started, I'm very sure that ministry then is not what it is today in terms of how we run church services and all of that. Some say that, well, this is worldly. You don't need to move with the times. How crucial is it? Because I've been in your church.
Yeah.
I've seen the giant screens. How important is it that we move with the times, even though we do not touch the content of the word?
Yeah. Currently, I use an iPad to preach. You know, when some people say, why should you put the same word? The letter killer, the spirit gives life. And so technology, for me, is useful. Over the ages, you know, we use cars. At the time of Jesus, I don't think there were cars. Yeah. There were horses, there were donkeys. Use what is available. And I think God is a dynamic God. He's a God who gives us the brains, the mind. I've schooled, and I believe it's relevant. And so I think that we should not our minds should not be fastened on, you know, this how it's supposed to be. God moves, and we move along with God. And so for me, when times change, the spirit doesn't change. It's a chapter that has changed. And so you move with that, but you stay the course with what is spiritual. So much as I will have these gadgets, they should not be, I should be directed. Let's say you go on the net. There's a bad side and there's a good side.
Absolutely.
So you use the good side to glorify God. If I dress well, like you're well dressed, for me, that glorifies God. I don't believe God wants us to look tattered and that will bring glory to God. No. Absolutely. So that is what we need to do. Churches must know that we are in modern times, and the young people want to see these things. And so we should also adapt and then not say, oh, this is what we did and it was successful. If you keep doing your own things, you lose track. You lose track. I just had, you know, my first car that I bought was a Kodjo 504. And there was a fitter. Those days we used to have carburetor. You are young, so you probably don't understand, but people hearing me out there will understand. Now, if you are a carburetor mechanic, you become useless. And that is not good enough. So continuous learning, continuous changing, adapting to the situation, that is a lifestyle that every one of us, Christians, non-Christians, we ought to. Professionally, I'm an insurance broker. Okay. And we've all moved on because the style of doing things yesterday may not be relevant today. And so we need to continually change. I would urge everybody, look, adapt to the times, keep the spirit, the same spirit, but make sure that you embrace the changes and move with it.
Absolutely. Wow. You need to remain relevant with the time. But talk to me, 25 years of Narrowgate Cathedral, what are we doing?
Well, the exciting thing is that we want to celebrate, but we want to celebrate with a heart of gratitude. We want to first and foremost thank God for what He has done. What God wants of His people is that we show forth, what is in us. And that is why we want to go out on the Monday, the 22nd, the 23rd of this month.
Okay.
We want to reach out to our community. The gospel is shared from Jerusalem through Samaria to the uttermost parts of the world. So wherever you are, you need to shine. And where we are is a predominantly Muslim area. And we are, God put us there for a purpose. And so we want to go on an outreach on Monday and Tuesday, 22nd and 23rd. And then we're going to use worship because, music is a spice of life. It brings us together. Whether you are whoever, you will love music. And so we want to use that channel, which is the blessing of God, to reach out to the community. So we'll be setting up some areas for us to reach out to the community in the evenings.
Okay.
Now from Wednesday, which is the 25th and the 26th, we are having a revival service, which means that we're having an evening service where we share the word of God, we listen to inspirational message, and we minister.
Okay.
And so we will have 2 days of that for the Wednesday and the Thursday.
Right.
On the Friday, it's a worship and a praise night.
Wow.
We are noted as people whose praise and worship are on another level. A lot of people out there, they probably don't know. But when we say International Charismatic Church, we are one of the people whose praises and worship are just special. And so we've raised a lot of ministers in terms of music. Some of them have come up with albums, some of them. So we're gathering all of them with others from outside to come and praise and worship God. And I want to invite anybody around our area who is free. Please come around. You will take a blessing away from those meetings. On the Saturday, we are having a medical outreach. It's not only about the spiritual, it's also about the body.
Right.
Yeah. As a church, we don't ignore that. Last year we had a medical outreach, and we don't do that only for the outside. We do that also for the church members. You realize that a lot of people die because they don't do checks.
Sure.
They don't know how their livers are functioning, their kidneys are functioning, and so we want to create that mindset so that they become aware. And people, they may be walking, they say, "Oh, he just collapsed, he has stroke." Why? Because they are not aware. And so we do this so that we will take care of both the spiritual and the physical. And so on the Saturday, it's open. In fact, it's being sponsored because it costs a lot of money. And so we're inviting the church members and people outside, come check your statistics. This one, what we offer is deeper than what is out there, because out there they will just take your pressure and those things, and then you go. This one, we are doing a thorough medical examination. There will be doctors, there will be nurses, there will be people to assist. So it is a big thing. And not only that, we are gathering, from our own resources, because we want also to give out to the public. And so I don't know the name, we've given it a name, but it's like we are gathering bags, items, let me say items that we'll give away. And this time round, people can walk in, and who knows, you may get something that is brand new just because there's a celebration going on. So they can join. And then finally on the Sunday,
the 28th,
we're going to have a grand service. Ministers, my previous bishop, Abedi Boateng, and then Reverend Samuel Kisiedu is also a father. He's also joining us. So it's going to be a blessed time, and you don't want to miss it for anything. I invite the public, come and join us during this celebration. God will use that to also bless your life.
Right.
Good.
Amazing. So it's a full week.
It's a full week
of
program.
Impacting, giving back, and also appreciating and thanking God for his goodness. Yes. 25 years.
Yes.
And all of this is happening at the church premises?
At the church premises at Banana Inn, Mango Down. Narrowgate Cathedral. Once you are at Mango Down, anywhere around Mamprobi, you ask for Mango Down, everybody knows it. It's ICC. It's a big building. It's quite prominent. We have a tall block there. You can't miss it for anything.
Right.
But please come. Like we always say, we say, come with us. We shall do you good. Many testimonies of people who have come. It's been well with them. We don't disappoint because we serve God and we serve Christ. So we serve our community as well.
Absolutely. Bishop, I am sure that there are some young ministers who would get to watch this interview, getting to know that you've done 25 years as a church, Narrowgate Cathedral. Some have started, they want to give up because clearly they're not seeing results. What would be your word to them?
Well, I will tell them they can't fail. When the grace of God is upon somebody, it's virtually, I will use the word virtually impossible to fail. Because God is the one who adds to our number. You need to, like I said earlier, you need to be a prayerful person. Because we fight against powers and principalities. I'll urge them not to go for any shortcut. They should just stay their course and be truthful. God honors people because of faithfulness. So if they want to see God honoring them, they should just stay faithful and just do exactly what God has asked them to do. The one who called is the one who blesses. And when you serve him to the point where he sees your faithfulness, he comes in. And once God's blessings come, there's no stopping. It just flows. So they shouldn't give up. If they need advice or encouragement, they can't see any senior pastor who's gone through the mill because that's what they are for. They will definitely, if there are any details that they want to, get advice on, they can't talk to such people and get the right direction. And out there too, there are a lot of materials. Sometimes you just don't have to stay in your corner. You also have to have a broader outlook and look at what works, or what is applicable, what people apply, and what works with people. So it's a combination of your association with God, your following God, and learning, because we don't stop learning.
Absolutely.
And when you learn, you are able to give that which you have.
Right.
If people come and they don't get anything from you, obviously, they're not coming back. And like you said, there are churches next door. And so you need to up your game as well and make sure that you follow what God has said you should follow. And I trust, without any shadow of doubt, that 25 years down the line, you will also be smiling that the Lord has been good and he has been faithful.
So from Monday, 22nd,
right,
we are joining the team, having a great time, celebrating 25 years, united in Christ, growing in grace. Absolutely. That's the theme for the celebration. Yeah. But this is your camera, Bishop.
Right.
Final words.
Right. So as a church, I believe that Christ prayed that they may be one, even as he and the Father are one. The church must be one. I think there is so much acrimony, so much backbiting, so much pull him down, so much fault finding in the church. The church that Christ birthed was a church of brothers and sisters, and they lived in love. And when they lived in love, they shared what they had. Bible said they had all whatever they had in common. And therefore there was no one that lacked. That is the purpose and the mind of God for the church. We need to go back to that. And the Bible asks that because they did that, great grace came upon them. We're looking for greater grace upon our churches, and it will come when we stand together. A kingdom divided against itself will not stand. But when we unite, a special grace and a special anointing is released. So I want to urge all hearing my voice. If you're a Christian, you believe in the Christian faith, let's all unite. Come together. Because when we are together, great grace comes upon our lives. God richly bless you.
God bless you too, Bishop. And I'm told you used to sing.
Yes. Yes, I used to lead praises and worship right from the university.
Wow.
I used to have a singing group when I was young, at Chibi. I've been in music. I used to be with the Chosen Vessels when at the University of Ghana.
Okay.
And so I love music. And I was a choir director for an international charismatic when it started.
Oh.
So that has been a ministry I've been in for a long time. So I don't just sing, I also teach.
You teach.
So I've led people like Nasi. They will tell you that they sat under me.
Wow.
And I trained them because I was the choir director at the time, and he was an organist. He was a young man. Who had learned how to play the piano. What the gift God gives me is that whatever I have, whatever God gives to me, I don't know, but I'm able to inspire and I'm able to guide that which He gives to me to grow and nurture it. So I'm a people builder. And so people who sit at me, they get inspired and they develop themselves. And I believe that is a special grace that God has given to me. So that's why I tell you that we have raised a lot of musicians, a lot of singers, because that is something that I'm passionate about. God loves it when we raise. When we raise praise and worship, heavens come. And God dwells in the praise of His people. And so it's something I love doing. And I enjoy doing.
Right.
And I continue to say, I'm getting older, but it's not like when you were young. But I still love singing. Absolutely. I still love to hear music.
Right. Yes. Right. Bishop, thank you so much for coming.
You're welcome.
And we're looking forward to the celebration in the coming week. And God will be lifted.
Thank you.
And thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
On your time. So that's Bishop Asante Mafuahinkra. He is head pastor of ICC Narrow Gates Cathedral. They are 25 years. And we thank God for how far He's brought the church. But we told you today is going to be heavy on the .ye of the Asante Hema, and so we'll be crossing over to Kumasi shortly to also bring you some live visuals from there as well, and we'll be doing that for the entire day till it all settles and climaxes. And so let's cross over to the team now in Kumasi. They're ready to bring us some live visuals from there.
ceremony.ye. We will want to get to know from you the atmosphere that we should be expecting, today being the final day.
The place should be quiet. In fact, it's a sad moment. In the past, this was a serious day. Businesses will stop, everybody, reverence to the Queen Mother. People are not supposed to be seen to be very happy. They should be in a very sober mood. And that was it. In the past, farming activity will stop, every activity will stop to give honor to our mother who is passing away to the land of the ancestors. It is very critical. If it is not done, if you do not observe that, it means that the life or the duty given to her to perform was not properly done. People didn't accept it. And that is why we go through all this process. So today, as you said, it has been announced, there's going to be a church service. There is nothing wrong with it. It doesn't interfere with anything we do. People ask, why is it that you people here in the Asante, you go through your culture at the same time? We have embraced religion. You see, it's like eating fufu and eating banku or rice. You can eat it, but it doesn't stop you from eating fufu. If you're a fufu eater, you use your fufu eater. Sometimes it's just a dessert. Those kind of things you've understood that sort of activity they do there, you want to be associated with them. But that will not stop you from being an Ashanti. Because you go through all the processes. I'm sure if somebody says I'm a Christian, I'm a Muslim, perhaps only about 5% or 10% of the activity, which is geared towards. Maybe it is only when you are in the church service. Otherwise, when you come out, you greet. In Ashanti way, that is also worship. You exchange presently with others. You name your children. You bury the dead. You marry. All these are religion. So if I tell my people that when I die, let the other group also come here and say farewell to me. That's what we are going to do here. The religious group has been associated with the other faith also coming here to say. So we are giving them 2 hours to say farewell to our mom. It doesn't mean that they are going to take over. No, we are still here going through our rituals.
Now, Doc, I have to ask you this question. You know, Mensah, the late Queen Mother, is a member of the Savior Church. Why is it that the Savior Church would not be the one to bury her, but organize or lead the burial service, but rather the Anglican Church? What is so unique about the Anglican Church? I mean, the relationship between the Anglican Church and Mensah Palace.
The Anglican Church will be leading, but it's purely interdenominational. Over the past 4 days, they have also gone through. The Savior Church was there, Anglican was there, Methodist. In the evening, national. Anglican Church. Now, we didn't know about Christianity, and none of the Asante until Nana Prempe, Ajima Prempe the first. None of them have been baptized or joined any other group. So he came back from Seychelles as a Christian and an Anglican, and since then it has been part of us. So if you look at Anglican denomination in the Ashanti region, Anglican Church is predominantly in communities where we have Lomahini or Obrimponde. It is now that we are getting other branches in the small villages. So traditionally, the Anglican Church has been associated with the Mensah Palace. And that is why in most of our activities, if in terms of we want a religious activity or Christian thing, then we go in for the Anglican Church.
Okay.
Do you have
sorry for cutting, but before you come in, I wanted to ask this question. Now, I stand to be corrected. I heard, because I was asking around, that with the final rites, we have to get a queen mother, a new queen mother, to make arrangements for the following funeral rites. I mean, after the dossier. And so I wanted to, since you have the concept of dossier and you are an author of that, I wanted to go into that. Do we have a Queen Mother who, right after the dossier, will make arrangements for...
No, but Asante tradition. Until the person who dies is buried or the leader is buried, we don't even discuss those issues. She is still our Queen Mother. And that is why we are saying that when you are even going there, you do as you do when the Queen Mother was alive. Give all the reverence. You can't go there if you, when she was alive, you go there bowing or removing your sandals or lowering your clothes. You have to do everything. That is why we insist that we don't dress anyhow and go there. She is still our Queen Mother. We will still have Nana Kwedu Yadom, the third. She's not gone yet. But once we perform the dossier, we bury her and it's gone. The process will then move on. Of course, in the same way, if the Asante is not there, it is the Queen Mother's responsibility to give us one of the royals to take over. So it's just a simple thing. The same way the Queen Mother is not there, it's the duty of the Asante to mention one of the royals to take over. So it is not a complex issue at all.
Okay. I see. Go ahead.
Yeah, so with the Mensah and Christianity, we are told that the other Christian faiths, sometimes they come here to organize church service for the Queen Mother in her palace. Why is that allowed?
In fact, ideally, every paramountcy should have a ceremony to honor it. Except that the convergence is here at Mensah Palace. But we do expect when they go back home, and even today, if they enter their two houses, they will pray for our woman, our Queen Mother. So it's just a matter of that all the churches and every community religious group also have a special service dedicated to. Some can even have vigils today in honor of our Queen Mother. But what you are saying is that tonight, there should be silent. All drums, guns, and everything should be put aside in honor of our mother.
Let me also remind the viewers that yesterday the Ashanti Regional Minister, Dr. Frank Amwakohene, issued a statement. And his statement, he says that the ban on movement in Kumasi, effective 7 p.m. This evening, we are talking about, the regional minister has stated that there are restrictions, there are some exemptions. The exemptions are that medical staff would go to work. The security services personnel would also be working. However, there are some restrictions, the exemptions. So they have made arrangements already. Their official vehicles will pick them to their various working places. Quite apart from that, he being the chairman of the Regional Security Council, they have also made appropriate security arrangement. Areas that requires security protections, security personnel have been deployed to go there and offer them security. And so all those security arrangements has also been made. But before even the body moved from Mensah Palace, to avoid any spiritual fatality or clash with the executioners responsible for protecting the royal family that will leave the possession, that the body of the Queen Mother is part, they will hit the street, make sure that they clear the way, they clear everybody from the streets, because what they are going to do, they don't want anyone to see it, they don't want to have any spiritual confrontation with anybody, and so they are still calling on the public to observe all the directive that has come from Mensah, so that they will be able to observe all the traditional rites required for them. And so, if you are a medical staff where you are staying, if you think that you cannot leave home and get to office before 7 p.m., you are being advised to leave home early. And also their leadership has also been instructed to make sure they make provision of vehicle available so that they can convey their staff to work. And even in the evening, those in the night, those who will close at night, they should also make the arrangements so that they can also pick them to their various homes. But don't forget to carry or take along your staff ID card for identification in case of any emergency. So this is one of the advice coming from the Asante Regional Coordinating Council in a statement signed by Dr. Frank Amwakwehene, the Asante Regional Minister.
All right, so let's get to Dr. Ejako. We are still speaking with them live here on GHOne TV, and it's all about the dossier. Today happens to be the fourth and final day where rites will be performed for Asante Hima Nana Amakunedu the third. And Dog, I wanted to ask you this question. Now, earlier you said that the atmosphere should be silent, which means that no drumming, no chanting, as we go on to bury Asante Hima. I wanted to ask, is there any significance or meanings attached to it? Because I know that with us, the firing of firearms is to tell death that we are in battle with death in person, because death has taken our Asante Hima from us. So on the final day where we go on to bury Asante Hima, well, there should be silence. Is there any significance attached to it?
The journey to Asamado is not ordinary. Now, all until about 5 p.m., we are still observing all rituals. But just after that, when we are ready to set off, the place should be very quiet. Otherwise, you disturb. According to our tradition, Asante tradition, you disturb, and the person may not get to Asamado. And that's the significance. So we are not going to hear any gunshot, anything. It's so quiet, and when we are moving to, and we do not want to meet anybody on the way. So we clear the way, the path to the Bemu. We don't want to meet anybody on the way, and everybody will be quiet, silent. We don't have any gunshot until we get to the place.
So, Doc, yes, we'll be going to Bemu. Why Bantama Bemu? And the body from Mensah Palace to Bemu, what is the meaning attached to that?
We have 3 places in Kumasi where we bury the royals here. We have the Bemu at Bantama, and then we have one at Edum. In fact, Edum is Kumasi. When we talk about Kumasi, it is basically Edum. Where we are staying now at Mensah, later they move here. Kodjo is not Kumasi, Asafo was Asafo. Amokom was Amokom. Buokrom. The Kumasi proper is Edum, and therefore we have a place there. Now later we had another one at Bremai. Look, it has not been smooth for Ashanti. We went through turbulent period where at a point in time we need to pack our things somewhere. Make sure that the British do not disturb the walls and other things. Because when they captured Kumasi, they mess up a lot of our things. So we needed to create places where with them. So Bantama has been there for a longer time. Breman as a place for burial of our king is of recent time. And note we have different places where we bury them, and depend on the status and where custom demand that we bury them.
So going to Bantama Bemu, what would the body going to Bantama Bemu? What is the traditional meaning to that? Because if the person is supposed to be buried at Bremai, then why do we go to Bantama Bemu first before we go to Bremai?
Tradition is a process. I mean, we go through all these processes. Sometimes bodies are buried for a year and then they are reconveyed to another place. It's our internal arrangement, and it depends on how it should be done. I mean, the issue, our discussion or what we know is up to the boundaries where or the entrance to Bemu. Beyond that, rituals that happen there, it is out of public view, and public do not even discuss that.
What we are also learning is that the body goes to Bantama Bemu for the body to go, for the late queen to go and greet the ancestors there and tell them that now her final place is Bremai. And so she just to go there and greet them and also bid them farewell. That is some of the things that we are hearing. So
it is significant to know that every Thursday after Okude and every Monday after Kosede, that Asante goes to all those places. It's very significant. And as you are saying, the rituals, they have their meaning. Sometimes they may decide not to go to Bantama before going there. And sometimes they go. Now, the journey to Asamado is not straightforward, but it's calm. As you said, we wish everybody, because they are there. If you say that you are going to tell them, they are already there. And they are watching us as we sit here. We believe that Nananum are here. They are seeing whatever we do. If you decide not to perform any other thing, they are watching us. It's not befitting. Okay. So the arrangement today is to go to Bantama. From there, finally, we will go to Bremai and have, in some cases, we also, after some time, move the body back to Kumasi to where will be the final burial site.
All right. So at the latter part of what you were saying, you made mention that our Queen Mother is not given the befitting burial or the processes as we need to go. One, I want to ask if there are consequences attached to it if she feels like she wasn't given the befitting burial. And two, there is no one is supposed to be on the road or anywhere near whatever rite to be performed whilst they are on their way to bury our Asante Hima Nana Amakunedu III. Now let's say if, and I stress on the if, someone is met, is there any consequences attached to it as well?
This is considered a disrespect at the highest level. When we are moving and we get across, we have disrespected the Queen Mother, and for that matter, leadership. In the past, you pay dearly for it. For now, you warn you and send you away. It is highest disrespect. Even if you are on a stool and you are not supposed to be part of it, and you follow, you can't be this stool.
Okay, so that's Dr. Thomas Ajakupoku, a renowned historian, the author of the .ye book, which talks about how Asantes conduct their burial rites of royals and the belief that Asamando or the ancestors are still alive here, and it gives a lot of extensive coverage about how Asantes conduct their royal funeral, and he's here explaining to us how things are going to be done in the next couple of days till the final funeral rite is observed. Doc, thank you for your time. We are most grateful, and it has been very
thank you very much.
Thank you for joining us, Doc. It was great having you here. Okay, so Ike, today happens to be the final day. Already, Dr. Ejako has shared a very insightful, knowledge about .ye and given us all the routines and all that we need to know. So as citizens, we need to be very, very careful, especially when it gets to 6 o'clock p.m. We need to take heed to every directive given to us so as not to step outside to do anything. So as for us to pay our respect to our Asante Hima Nana Amakunedu III, you need not to step outside your house.
Yes, that directive has already been given, and as I've already said, before even stepping out from home, I use the Swame straight through to Kejetia. I pass through Edum, Asante New Town, also known as Ashtown, and I can tell you that these are the typical commercial hubs in Kumasi. and I can tell you that there has been total compliance. No shop is operating, except pharmaceutical shops that are operating at the moment. Even those around Mensah Palace, they are not operating. And so I can confidently say that, yes, there has been total compliance to the directive given by Mensah. Teacher Safo Kantanka is a resident historian in Mensah Palace. He worked closely with the Palace Museum and one of the educators in Mensah Palace, educating the public about the Asante history, tradition, and culture. T, you are welcome to GHOne TV.
Thank you very much.
Yes, gradually the event is coming to its climax. Today is the burial service. Then after that, the funeral will continue for a while. Then later, the body will go back to the Mensah Palace, the Queen's Palace. Then later, they will move to Bantama. Today, we are talking about restrictions. Now, I want to find out from you, educators, when the body is moving from Mensah Palace to Bantama Bermu, who are the royal family members or different group of chiefs that have the right to accompany the body to where the body will go?
Well, accompanying is not restricted to any group of people. You can follow the corpse or the casket to Bantama Bermu, but you can't get in. It is getting in that is restricted to people. Not even family members are allowed to go in. A selected few are allowed to go in. It is the responsibility of the Bermu and the Bermu attendants. Those who have been given the opportunity to work at the Bermu or the Mausoleum. It will be stationed there for a number of hours from about, say, 9 o'clock to 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. And it will be moved from that place, from Bantama Bermu to Bremai.
So in the movement, how would the movement look like? Is it solemn? Would they be firing musketry?
Yes, firing of musketry is almost always attached to culture and tradition, especially when we are bereaved or when somebody passes on. So firing of musketry, certainly yes, but the solemn nature of what is going to happen is intense compared to what we are seeing.
Now, are we going to experience light out in Kumasi?
Well, that is the responsibility of some people. They are to see to that. Well, and even if there's light out, we have olden days people who give us light. So the Mensah Palace has its own electricity company, and that is where we call them Atene4. They hold some branches
of the palm tree.
Okay. Yes, which they lift everywhere. Even when there is light, they still maintain that for fear that light might even go. So they are well prepared. So there should be no fear of. In darkness, still activities will go on. In shine, activities will go on. In rain, we saw when it was raining, the king himself and all the other paramount chiefs were sitting in the rain. So nothing can stop anything.
I see. So now we are talking about that when they are going, they don't want anyone to see what is going on. Okay, so it is likely, I'm told that there will be light out in the areas that they will pass. So for example, from Mensah through to Bantama to Bremai, in that stretch, there will be total darkness because they don't want anybody to have a vision of what is going on.
And so, is that the reason why they are going to use Tani as source of light to clear the way for their movement?
Yes, that is another stage where they will perform whatever they want to perform. Indeed, it is not any criminal activity. It is everything happening is physical and spiritual. Spiritual things are not anything bad. Anything spiritual happening these days is all about what is accepted to the Lord God Almighty. So there should be no fear. All that we have to do is to accept, go within the boundaries set for us. If you are not allowed to go here, don't go. Because even in our own houses, there are areas where you are not allowed to go, especially in houses where there are students. You will be told, although you can be a queen or a chief or a paramount chief, you are restricted from going to the schoolroom. Why is it that you are a member of the house? And some of the attendants who are not even members of the club. In the same vein, this is exactly what is happening. Just abide by what you are told.
In the procession, when they are going to wear to bury him, is there any special costume? Is there any special dress? Or we are heard that when they are going, they are almost half naked. They only wear what we call danta. That is the only thing that they wear. And those are the reasons why there are so many restrictions. They don't want anyone to see. These are things that we are hearing. These are things that we are reading. You are a resident historian in Mensah. We want to know, what is it? Are they telling us truth? Are they lying to us? What is the truth about that?
Well, unfortunately, people learn other cultures, or they learn from other cultures. When you ask them any question, they bring in other people's culture. But that is not the case. The Asante does things differently. Nobody goes naked. It doesn't happen. All what they are doing is incantations, recitations, which are spiritual and which should not be heard by anybody. We sometimes see the king himself do the same. We see him trying to whisper, just murmuring. Sometimes it goes beyond murmuring, and some of the words are not for consumption of the public. That is why you are not supposed to go near.
Now we understand that. Even the Bamuhine. I remember some time ago I went to interview the Bremen Bamuhine, and I was asking him, he being the Bamuhine, does it mean that he's the caretaker of the facility? Then he said yes, he is the caretaker, but he doesn't enter. So if something is going wrong there, how does he do to tell them? Because if I'm a caretaker, I should have access to the things that I'm protected. But in this case, they say no. Why?
Well, the Bamuhine lives at the Bemu. That means he's almost always present there. There are other instances, performances, that he may not have to take part. When it gets to that stage, certainly they will tell the Bamuhine, please stay away. So asking Bamuhine to stay away for a moment because something particular or something in particular is taking place does not mean Bemuhini is forbidding to enter Bemu.
Okay, so we are still live. Watch on GHOne TV, coming to you live from Mensah Palace, Jabrem to be precise, where the dossier of Asante Hima is still ongoing. And as we speak to you, any moment from now, the burial service will kickstart, and of course, the Anglican Church will lead that burial service. It is a non-denominational church service. That is what is going to happen today. So it's going to be a group of churches in Kumasi coming together to lead this particular church service. But the officiating minister will be the Anglican bishop, in line with tradition. And so that is what we are waiting for. Any moment from now, the Asante Otumfuo Otetutu would also join the traditional leaders who are already seated for the burial service to kickstart SB.
Okay, so Prof, I wanted to ask some few questions as well. Now, today being the fourth and final day, I know a lot of people may be asking, are we going to observe anything different from what we started from Monday, Tuesday, and then Wednesday? Is there going to be anything different from today, as today marks the final rituals, you know, going to bury our Queen Mother, Nana Ama Kunedu III?
In the first place, it is important for me to do some correction. That is why I always wish to be called teacher. Professor is reserved for some people, right? So I have been called professor because I've been teaching some Europeans and Americans. And they call you professor no matter whether you have attained the professor or not. So it is allowed, but not on TV.
Okay.
On TV,
understood.
People will be questioning whether it is a real professor. My professor is cinema professor, or a concert professor.
Yeah.
So the real title is teacher.
Okay.
All right, let's go on to...
So T, the observers, are we going to experience anything different, starting from the first day of the TA up to the final day?
We're going to see the same, but other things will be added to it. The people coming are different from those who came Monday, those who came Tuesday, those who came yesterday. And those people would accompany those who are coming today. The president is coming, the ex-presidents are coming, so it will make it different. Security will be very tight.
Okay.
So this is the difference. Again, today is the last day, so we will observe the body being conveyed to Bantama Royal Museum. Now when that is done, it will be left there, and the middle of the night, that is to say about 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock, it will be carried to another place called Bremai. That is the last place of rest. So these are the differences. Security, very tough, because the president and dignitaries are coming.
All right, and so when the body is being conveyed here, from here to Bantama, if I start, I'm right, who will be those escorting the body to Bantama?
Yeah, anybody can accompany them. But when you get to Bantama, there's a limit to where you can go. And especially entering the Bermud itself, you will not be permitted. Not even the royals are permitted to enter the Bermud.
All right. Well, thank you so much, T. I got it right.
Yes.
T, for talking to us about it. But then too, we spoke to a police, that is the PRO for Ghana Police Service, Mr. Ahiano, who was giving us some directive and giving out precautions to people who will be firing live ammunitions. If you are caught firing live ammunitions, you will be arrested. So that was some precautions going out to citizens who intend to fire live ammunition. So we are still on grounds. Today happens to be the final funeral rite of our Asante Hima Nana Amakunedu III, which is the .year. And as you can see, today is going to be one of the busiest days, I should say. You can already hear some of the firearms, going off, quite some number of times. We should tell you that definitely the place is, jamming up. And pretty soon we have some of our dignitaries working here. We have the likes of our very own president, John Dramani Mahama, and the vice lady will be coming in, as well as our former president, Nana Akufo-Addo, will be coming in, and that of John Ajekum Kofuor. So a lot will be happening here, Ike. Today is going to be a very busy day, live here on grounds at the forefront of Mensah Palace here in Kumasi. And so to remind you, we are live on GHOne TV, also live on Ultimate 106.9 FM and Star FM, as well as Abusia 96.5 FM. So looking at the atmosphere.
Well, the atmosphere is very charged, even though it is not aggressive as it used to be, because of the church service that is going to take place here in Mensah. So it's a bit, solemn. However, the firing of the musketry is still ongoing, and any moment from now, I understand some ministers of state will be arriving, and of course, the two former head of states would also be coming. Then the vice president would also be here. The former vice president would also be here. So today is going to be full pack of activities. However, it won't be that aggressive because of the exercise that are going to happen today. And even general in Kumasi, today the atmosphere is very calm, very quiet. Commercial movement is not as we used to see. You go to the market, in some area you only see police personnel there. Those who sell on the streets, you don't see them there. So even in our communities, those food hawkers around, you're not even seeing them there. And there's a favorite and one more joint at Swami Post Office. I got there, nobody is there. It means that today everybody has to eat from home. If you are not going to the restaurants, you have to cook your own food and eat.
Exactly. Now, yesterday, talking about food yesterday, I went around, asking questions, and I got to know that lots of people, those who will not be cooking in their homes, actually packed foods from restaurants. And so in the evening, when I was going to look for food to eat, it was a bit difficult for me to get something because most of the foods were finished. I had a lot of people packed, more than 2 foods so they can refrigerate it and eat it the next day, which is today. So definitely you need to cook if you didn't do that yesterday.
Yes, a friend called me that today is holiday, so you're going to pound fufu. Then I was like, really? Hello, are you going to prepare? So no, we'll go to fufu machine. Then I told them that, my friend, I'm sorry, fufu pounding machine people will not be working today.
Yeah.
Because every shop needs to go down. And where they operate from, they operate in shops. So that is the directive. Every shop should close down to business. So those of you who think that today you are going to eat fufu and your source of the fufu is coming from the fufu pounding machine operators, I'm sorry to tell you that they will not be operating today.
Well, that's interesting. Now, also, I don't know if you noticed this, but conveying yourself from your place to Mensah Palace, trying to use the commercial vehicles, it will be a bit difficult because I don't know if it's because of fear, but there are directives that, commercial vehicles transport can work from now till 5 p.m. And so please come outside and, pick up people who will be coming here at the Mensah Palace because they are complaining that getting, the means to get here is a bit difficult for them because it's difficult getting cars to convey them from their various homes and locations to Mensah Palace. So that is something we are giving out to our transport operators. Please come out and convey them to this place.
You know, the transport operators, those who are working are also complaining that they are not getting passengers.
Yeah.
Because Adum alone, you know the population that in Adum, and because markets have been shut down, shops are not in operation. What it means is that the people are not coming. Those who want to come and have a feel of what is going on here are the people who want to come.
Yeah.
You get it? So a lot of people are not coming out, and there are others who are also in their homes watching television sets because now GHOne is providing live coverage from Mensah Palace.
Yeah.
So if you are in your comfort home, you can have a feel of what is happening in here. So some have decided not to step out, just to stay home, relax and enjoy television. Of course, GHOne is providing extensive coverage, all angles covered. And so if you are even at home, you can have proper vision or view of what is going on in Mensah, because here there are a lot of restrictions. However, for us, our cameras are all over, and so we are able to see what is going on. Let me also remind our viewers that very soon Otumfuo will take his seat, and when he's seated, they will go and bring the body from the Queen Mother's Palace, from the Queen Mother's Palace to where the burial service will take place. The Anglican Church will be the officiating church that will lead the burial service. After that, the body will go back to the Queen Mother's Palace. Then later in the evening around 9 p.m., that is when the procession from Mensah Palace through to Bantama will take place through to Bremai. So from Bantama to Bremai, that will be around 12 a.m. That is when they will step out. When I asked about for Kantakranchi, one of the linguists of Asante Utumfuo said to the second, he told me that yes, the movement will be in the form of Solomon. What it means is that they will walk from Mensah Palace to Bantama. And even if they will go by vehicle, it will still be in a solemn pace. And so they are not going to rush in doing anything. Everything is going to be in a slow pace, as in line with tradition. As they move, several traditional performances will take place. And so everybody should still remain indoor, respect the Asante tradition and culture, in respect to the late Nana Kunadu Yiadom the third. Of course, we are saying late, but they are telling her that she is not late until the burial is performed.
Over. Yeah. Okay. And just to let you know as well, if you want to come by and witness what is unfolding right here on grounds, if you want to come by and experience the Ashanti culture, as today marks the final day of the year, please don't feel intimidated, especially with a lot of you knowing that we have the presidential presence right here. Some of you think that you may be restricted, but as we spoke to Mr. Ahiano, he actually made mention that you will be given your freedom of movement when you come here, just that you'll be restricted when it comes to the inner perimeter where we have the Asante Utumfuo seated to take and welcome his associates and those who came to mourn with him. So please feel free to come around and witness culture. And you know what? You will learn a lot more right here on grounds.
So as we speak now, dignitaries have started arriving here in Mensah Palace. The ministers of state are also coming soon. So colleagues in the studio, take over as we prepare for the arrival of the dignitaries.
We've been announcing all morning. We'll be getting to Kumasi, bring you all the action. Today is day 4, the final day of the burial of the Asante Hima. And so we are big on that live here on GHOne television. But let's have this conversation on the creative arts sector. And it's a huge privilege for me to host ace Nigerian. In fact, no, he's no longer a Nigerian actor. He's an African actor. GHOne Arinze is in the studios with me. And also Grace Orleans Lindsay. She's an actress. GHOne, welcome. Grace, welcome.
Thank you.
I hope you're doing well.
We're trying.
Hi. you look like people have drained a lot from you.
If I was full, I'd be finished right now.
But I mean, welcome back to Ghana. This is like home for you, second home.
Yes, it is indeed. Everywhere I go, the warmth, welcome, friendliness, everything. I really, really appreciate it. And thank you, Ghana. Thank you so much, Ghana.
Absolutely. So what brings you to Ghana this time around?
Well, I've been here for going to like 3 weeks now, rehearsing. I'm getting ready for a play that starts tomorrow, The Black Star, the African Teacher. It's a fictional story actually, about the ideals and principles of the late Kwame Nkrumah, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. He's like, how do you pronounce that? Osajefo, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. And it's nice. It talks about Pan-Africanism, unification of Africa and his ideals. And so it's a musical, and we look forward to it.
I mean, why did you decide to be a part of this?
Well, when they contacted my management for it, Cleared Entertainment, she looked at the script and asked if I would be interested, that they want me, and I looked at it. I said, okay, I'd like to do it. And interestingly, they wanted an international figure to come and be part of the play. So here we are.
Wow. Okay, I'll come and talk to you so that you told me about the experience so far on in terms of the preparation towards that. But Grace, you're an actress in this particular one.
Yes, I am.
So same question to you. Why did you decide to say, okay, you know what? I think I want to do this.
The script, like you said, who would not want to be a part of Pan-Africanism? Like Osajefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah is an iconic figure, like Uncle said. Yes. And being a part of telling his story of the United States of Africa is a privilege and is a blessing. So it's the story, the
philosophy,
and then the production house, right. Africa Arts Network. Yes.
And how's the experience been for you?
It's been amazing but tiring. Very, very, very stressful. Okay. To the extent, last night I got home, I just laid on the floor and I was off. Wow. It was my sister that called out my name and was like, came to see me lying on the floor and was like, oh my God, Grace, you're tired. Come, let me massage you. I was gone.
Right.
Yes.
So it talks to the intensity of the rehearsal ahead of the big day.
Yes,
the kind of energy you're putting in.
Yes. Same experience yesterday. I just laid on the bed and now.
You were gone just like that. Wow.
Before I knew it was 5 a.m.
So it tells me that what we are to expect from tomorrow is nothing but
total theater.
Total theater.
Yes.
Music, theater, music, drama, mime, everything. It's all in it.
Wow.
It's all encompassing.
I'm trying to figure out your character because when I see you, all I imagine or all I remember
is wickedness in high places.
You seem to embody that a lot.
I don't embody anything.
Are you going to be wicked in this one?
I don't embody nada. I'm an actor. I'm paid to do my job.
But you play it so well.
I don't play it so well. I'm a professional. I just do my thing.
Right.
But I've done so well in shifting the gaze away from those kind of stereotypes. Yeah. It's not really healthy for an actor. It can kill you off. Because when the time comes, they suck all the juice from you, they dump you and look for the next villain. The next person to play a villain. And so I like to be, as an actor, I want to be evolving, They keep evolving, growing, and then, playing all different kinds of roles.
But
the actor is actually an octopus. Right. If you look at it in the true sense of it. Can be or a chameleon if you choose to. can play so many things. It can be one thing. That's the beauty about being an actor. They can play so many things. And those are the things that helps you in life. It helps you project in life. Because sometimes we say art imitates life. And sometimes life imitates art as well. So it's vice versa. It's vice versa for me. So
was it difficult for you to let people see the other legs of Segun Arinze and not just wickedness?
Oh yeah, they have seen me. I do voiceovers, I sing, I act, I produce. So I also do PR work. So that's it. And then, of course, my management right now, Cleared Entertainment, are also doing very well in terms of rebranding me and refocusing and reshaping me as I get to the next level in my life. So, yeah.
You're embracing it beautifully.
Yeah, kudos to Cleared Entertainment, I must say.
Wow. So, Grace, being on set with Uncle, because when I started watching him, I was a boy.
Yes. When I started watching him, I just came out of my mother's womb.
So, what was that experience like?
If I'm permitted to say, if you're not wise, you'll be wise by force. And the humor, oh my God, he's so funny. And it's always like you release a lot of stress. If you're stressed out, you release a lot just being in his presence because he gives you the wisdom, he makes you laugh, and then you learn from his craft because he has like 43 years experience in this game. So it's an honor, really.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Wow. And when you look at the scene, it's evolving. Some say, well, it used to be very vibrant. Now it's not too vibrant. Do you see it that way as well?
Who's not vibrant?
I mean, the movie scene in Africa, Nigeria, Ghana.
It's still vibrant, and it could be more vibrant. It's just that we allow a lot of politics coming the way. Yeah, when we leave politics alone to politicians and face the creatives and focus on it, I think we'll thrive better and try and see how we can introduce investments, create the investment platforms for people to come into the business and invest. And then in terms of advocacy, talking to government to create an enabling environment for the industry to thrive. You know, government has no business in entertainment. It's just create that platform, the enabling environment for things to happen. Most of those cameras, some of the production equipment are not produced here. They're brought in from outside. So let's talk about some kind of tax relief for bringing in all those things and encourage them. And why not, if you can ask most of those manufacturers to come and have a base, either in Accra or Lagos or Johannesburg, where we're still within the confines of Africa, we can just go in and get those things here. So it works. They can have a headquarters anywhere they decide and then have substations, offices elsewhere. You know, that's how it works. So let's focus more on that, and then it helps to heighten the enthusiasm, the opportunities that abound in the industry. But when we go playing politics and all that, it takes away from it. So for me, I want to see younger people coming in with great ideas, creating things, doing things that, stepping beyond the level that we are now, taking it to the next level and above the next level. So that for me will be a lovely experience to tell and to be a living witness to things like that.
Right. And I'm sure in all these years, you've seen theater, you've seen film, and now we seem, even here in Ghana, we seem to have a resurgence of theater. The enthusiasm is building when it comes to theater.
I love the Renaissance.
What do you make of that?
It's fine. I wish we could replicate that in Lagos. Though the only person doing that right now in Nigeria, in Lagos, is Bolanle Austin Peters. We call her BAP. She has a place called the Terra Culture. So every time she tries to bring them live theater. I've not had the opportunity of working with her, but I look forward to finding the time to work with her. Theater is something that we need to bring back. Broadway is still there.
True.
Anytime you want to go to Broadway and go and see a live play, there are plays that runs in Canada. There's a play that used to run in Canada. I don't know if it's still on. It's called Mousetrap. Run for over 80 years. They keep changing the cast. They put them on contract, like 2 years, 3 years, and they keep performing every day, anytime you want to play. Unfortunately for us here, I also think it also has to do with our environment. We are not as dynamic as we want us to be or be proactive. Our governments are sometimes reactive to things. And now people also sometimes very laid back and reactive to things. So we need to find people who are very proactive, who can put these things out there. The National Theatre in Nigeria and Lagos has just been refurbished and put together again, and I hope that we can do something like that. We used to have something called the Open Theatre in the late 80s into the 90s. We had the Open Theatre. I hope we can come back to things like that. And your national, I went to see a play recently.
Voices in My Head.
Voices in My Head. And I left with voices in my head, indeed. It was awesome.
Right.
It was, I think it was one of the best things I've seen in years. I was in awe of everything that happened there. And so why can't we replicate that all over and keep the theater alive, live theater alive? It's a renaissance, so it's good.
Interesting. But talk about the roles you've played over the years. Have you ever had any hostile reaction because of a role you played?
Have I had hostile reactions? Some I was almost poured hot water.
You are kidding me.
Yeah, because people, good enough a thing now in these days of social media, so people are going to begin to understand that it's a job.
Yeah.
People used to think, that's the way
it is
in real life. And I said, listen, when you cast for roles of God and devil, somebody has to play either of the characters. Doesn't mean that they are God or demons, They need to begin to understand that it's an art, and somebody has to just do it. It's a job. For me, it's a job. It's what puts food on my table and clothes on my back and pays my bills. So I want to do it and do it very well. I want to live a good life. I want to also interpret and tell you the story. So if at the end of the day you do not get the moral of the story, then that means you have a problem with yourself. Yeah, because the essence of doing a movie or stage play is to get the morals of the story. But when you fail to look beyond the morals of the story, when you fail to see it and you're looking beyond it and you're looking at the person playing and wanting to castigate that person and put the person in a bad light, then the problem is yours. You are the problem. Yeah?
And not the actor.
Yeah?
The actor who is just doing his job.
The actor is just doing his job, but you are busy there killing yourself. It's like watching a match and somebody kicks a ball, mistakes. He fires, you're supposed to hit the goal and he misses, and idiot, fool. You cost the guy, you don't cost the guy, At the end of the day, what happens? He gets his paycheck.
Exactly.
And walks away for the weekend. Imagine earning £40,000 a week for playing football. And after the fans are killing themselves over the clubs, they're killing themselves. When the people finish playing match, they're putting their hands over themselves and say, you see them talking to themselves. The coaches go and shake, the managers go and shake themselves. The next thing you see, this player from Team A goes to Team B. It's from Team B goes to Team A. They continue. They're getting their money. You are there killing yourself. Oh, you guys are idiots. You're bastard. You're killing yourself. They're making their money.
Exactly.
So you want to cost me from today to tomorrow? I'm making my money. So now you sabi?
Now you sabi. Grace, so talk to me. What
sorry, before you Grace answer, there's a saying in Igbo, it means he who pursues the hen is one to fall. The hen will be good like this, you'll be pursuing and be falling up and down.
But the head is still moving.
The head is still moving. That's it.
Interesting.
You see what I said about being funny?
Yeah, of course.
I'm not funny, I'm just being realistic.
But Grace, talk to me. What should we be expecting from tomorrow, and where is it happening?
Nothing but the best, obviously. Expect to be schooled and reconnect to history. And it's happening at the Amphitheatre Legon behind, is it Commonwealth?
Commonwealth. Yeah.
Yes. And it's a cool 300 for regular, 500 for VIP. It's on the Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 6:45 p.m.
6:45 p.m.
Yes.
Interesting
short
time.
codes.
Yes, short code *713 *33 *10 hash. Again, *713 *33 *10 hash.
Absolutely. So from tomorrow, Saturday as well as Sunday, 6:45 p.m. at the Amphitheatre, University of Ghana, and 300 CDs. Please give me the short codes again.
*713 *33 *10 hash. *713 *33 *10 hash.
All right.
Let me get it sound like a computer.
So, why should people come out in their numbers to come and watch this? The Star of Africa.
One, because it's a lovely play. Two, it's about, most importantly, is about Kwame Nkrumah's ideals and philosophy. Three, it's about its birthday, Sunday 21st.
Yeah.
So 4 is because we have a big ensemble, a great cast that you can come and see, watch and enjoy yourself. 5 is because I'm a guest artist and I'm in the play.
There you go.
And then 6 because we also have a great, fantastic actor called Andrew, play teacher. He's a beast, beast on stage, a demon on stage. I love that guy to the bone.
Yeah,
the fantastic actor.
Yeah, Andrew is great.
Oh no, man, that guy. He's on another level. I'm very humble, very, very humble. These are the new stars. They're the ones coming up. I wish them all the best of luck. We'll be there to mentor them.
Talking about mentorship, do we see that in the space a lot?
Yeah, I do that a lot. I mentor voiceovers, acting, music. I mentor a lot.
How important is that?
Because you must have the generation next. You need to help them. When we were growing up, we didn't have people giving us those kind of opportunities. You know, I wanted people to be lawyers, doctors, engineers. We were the scoundrels. Hey, come and perform. If you have take coin, go. So, you know when you chase in the village where you chase fowl, chickens away. So, and then they go into. But now everybody wants. Oh, I want my child to be this. I want my sister. I want my. That tells you the level of evolution that we have. So you need to impact, not just only impact on them, but also impact on them, the generation next, so that they know that they need to get some form of training. They need to understand the polemics of the business. They need to know that there is no substitution. Nothing beats hard work. There's no two ways about it. There are 3 principles in life to get into the top. Hard work, hard work, hard work. And then you must be disciplined. You must also persevere. A lot of them are in a hurry. I want to get to the top on time.
Yeah.
You can't get to the top. You can't have a baby without going through the process of having a baby. So you must work so hard. And you must believe in yourself. There are times people want to put you down and make you think you're low life, that you can't get anywhere. Tell them, no, you will get to the top. You work very hard. And then for the young ones, ask questions. Listen, when you ask questions, you can never miss your way. If you ask questions, and when you're in doubt, ask. Even when you know, ask to be doubly sure that you know what you're doing.
Right.
And be perseverant. Be perseverant. Patient. It will come. That big break you're looking for, it will come. Just keep digging, keep asking, keep pushing. It will definitely come. And then above every other thing, go on your knees. Because you need grace. Yes. You need grace. And once you have grace, you go far. And that's grace sitting there.
That's quite deep because, I mean, I've had situations where people have said, the arts showbiz, well, it just pays for a few, because we've seen people who have been in it for years sometimes have to now resort to social media to even beg for common livelihood.
It's sad.
What happens in those instances?
When God takes his gifts and spreads it out, pray that you're in that position where it will touch you. And that you're not distracted when the gift comes. Because most of the times you get distracted when the gift comes. God might just want to bless you. That is when the demon comes to test you and you lose focus and the blessing goes to somebody else. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So when he gives it, and mind you, you're not the only one with the idea. When God sprinkles it, you're not the only one that comes up with ideas. As he gives you, there's somebody in Kodjo is getting it. Somebody in Skumashi is also getting it. So who activates it first? Who activates first? You know? It's the person everybody knows.
Right.
And when you procrastinate, oh, I have this idea, and you keep, it has happened to me, so I'm telling you from my point of view. Oh, you keep procrastinating, blah, blah, blah. And it goes.
For realize someone is out doing it.
I did a show way back. It was called No Holds Barred. I lit the studio in a dingy way. Just me and the guests, one-on-one, would talk. And then after a while, the show went off air. It was one of the best shows then. Then I was telling myself I was going to come back with the show. I was going to come out. Years gone by, I was still facing my acting, doing things. Guess what? On Channels TV, I see somebody doing it one-on-one. Same technique, same everything, same lighting. And I'm just, wow. So people have forgotten about that I was doing No Host. But if I go back and bring it now, I'm the one copying the guy now, not him copying me.
Right.
Unless I have proof that the guy go and bring my own video and play back. I said, see? They say, oh, okay, it's an improvement. But if not, you copy the guy.
Right.
So what do? Reinvent myself. you recalibrate, go back. And that's how life is. Life is a journey. So when I tell people, navigate your way, you see when you're driving on the road and you get to a bend, you have to slow down. If you go, you spin off, you just go.
Just get off the road.
You see, that bend is your challenge. That's the challenge you have in life. Those bumps. Then you navigate and come out and you be on the straight and narrow path. And you carry on. But if you come with a life at with small speed, you lose focus. So you need to stop at every point in time, take stock, recalibrate, and come back. So you don't miss anything out.
Because I've also heard that people don't pay attention to the business side of show business. And so they are just interested in just using the talent and...
Because we do not have management team. We don't have good management. And that's the problem with most of the entertainers plus actors. I used to be like that until I signed on with Clear Entertainment. One young lady like that, stubborn young lady, her name is Loretta. When she goes, she's quite young, but when she has ideas, this is what I want to do, this is what I want to do, so just allow her do that which she wants to do. But once in a while, you come in and chip in and all that, but at least she's getting me to a certain level. Now, no, this is when to do this is not when to do this. We can beat a retreat and all that. So I just leave the company to do, she and her staff to do what they want to do. And I'm enjoying it so far and having peace of mind.
And you would recommend that?
Yes, have a management. Yes, get yourself a management. Get people to run your. I mean, not as young as you used to be before. Let them run those things for you. Put it together. I'm tired of it. I come and meet you. I want you to come and play. Gives you half of your money. Then, when you finish, you start telling a story about the other half, and then you guys start abusing on each other, calling each other out on social media. You don't need all those things. They don't do certain things the way they have to do it. But look at me in Accra now, well treated, well taken care of. Every minute she's calling to monitor, is this there fine, is this fine, is this fine? And everybody's just hands-on with everything. I tell you, it works. It works. So artists should learn to get management to, and then they focus on the creatives. If possible, get an art director to work with you on your ideas. Get a team, a creative to be working with you as well. And the management people will all be working in sync. That way you bear. But when you want to do everything, you're organizing the show, you're the one to go and pay for the hall. You're the one to come and get...
Everybody's calling you.
Everybody's calling you. You're the one to go to radio to go and promote the show. You're the one to see the printer, printing the posters and the ticket. You're the one to do social media, everything. Then at the end of the day, you're doing a comedy show, you come out on stage, you're exhausted, you can't even tell a joke. You become the joke yourself.
Wow, very insightful there. And so clearly we need to put in place the right structures to be able to
You hit the nail on the head, that's it.
Absolutely. So I mean, what should we be expecting from you, from your quarters? Aside what we're going to see from tomorrow to Sunday, what's it looking like?
I'm still work in progress. I have some films I'm working on. As soon as I get back, I'll go back on set to go finish those productions. I like to say this, and I want to keep it that way. Life is like a box of chocolates. You never can tell what is inside until you open it. So let me be the box of chocolate. I'll be that.
And we'll be opening it little by little.
Exactly.
All right, great. So let me run off with you. Tomorrow, Thursday, Friday, you're coming to the amphitheater.
Yeah.
And what else is there for us?
Life is like a chocolate.
That's a good one.
A box of chocolates.
So we should come and open the box of chocolates from tomorrow. Absolutely. Grace, thank you. GHOne, thank you for coming.
Thank you so much.
I'm glad that even despite the hectic schedule, you could still make time to pass.
Yes, and your traffic.
You are talking about our traffic.
We don't have traffic in Lagos.
You are talking about our traffic.
No.
Ghana's traffic.
Brother, leave that too.
Hey!
Since I arrived,
unfortunately, it's been really bad.
It's been every day I come out to get it.
It's just in September.
Okay. It's September. It's September, my month. My birthday month. Oh.
It's just in September, but we are better. We are better.
September ends next week now.
Our lights are on.
Abi?
Yeah.
It ends next week.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me not say anything. I'll be back in October.
Absolutely. Then we'll get to see that. But thank you so much, GHOne and Grace. It's an amazing experience from tomorrow. You don't want to miss out on it. 6:45 p.m. Get your tickets quickly. It's at the Amphitheatre at the University of Ghana campus. You cannot afford to miss that. And that's it for this morning. Like I said earlier, we'll still be crossing over to Kumasi. It's a busy day in Kumasi. Hospitals are working, essential services are working, but aside that, schools have closed, and almost every other thing is on halt for the burial of the Asante Hima. And this is where you get all the action here on GHOne television, bringing you minute by minute updates on the situation there. But that's it for this interview. We'll be right back.